Welcome to the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting, June 18, 2025. Hope the fire and smoke didn't hopefully get to anyone. It's a little troubling outside, but we're here in air conditioning, so welcome. At this time, we have the roll call from our secretary.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Menez,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Vice Chair Shively, Chair Hammond.
Here. Thank you. At this time, we move to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance, be led by Commissioner Jimenez.
Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We move on to item 4, presentation. And seeing that there are no items, we move on to item 5, consent calendar. 5A, Planning Commission minutes for June 4, 2025 meeting. Are there any changes? Okay. We open it up for public comment on the consent calendar, item 6A, and on this item only. Are there any public comment on the consent calendar, item 5A? Seeing none, we close the public comment portion and back to the commission for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I can second.
Moved by Commissioner Lopez, second by Commissioner Reyes. Oh, it's not coming up. You want us to voice vote, or we can do the voice vote if you want. Okay. Oh, moved by Commissioner Lopez, second by Commissioner Menez. It's just not coming up. Okay, so we'll just voice. I guess we'll do the voice vote.
I'm going to go by here.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively is absent. Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 4-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Do you need time to work with IT? You need a few seconds, a few minutes, or we okay?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
And stop and record. All right, it came out okay. So with a vote of 4-0, this motion is approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey. Move to item 6. Why am I saying I think I'm 50 miles away? Item 6A, public hearing, zoning code text amendment 25-00002. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Maybe the fire got to me. I don't know. We've been asked to move the public comment portion to prior to public hearing. So this would be not 6A, but public comment. So we're going to move public comment if that's through the willing and agreement with the commissioners. Yes. Okay. Doesn't mean we can't do it later, but for now we're going to move it prior to the public hearing. They just told me that. I'm getting old, I guess. So at this time, public comment on any item, not specifically on the agenda, but you're welcome to come forward at this time at the dais. And anyone wishing to address the commission, come to the podium. Yes.
I have Robert Westbrook.
Okay.
Test. Oh. Oh, thank you. Hello. First off, thank you for moving this forward. I'm very grateful and appreciative that y'all did that. So I brought my son today just so that way he could see how these things unfold. This is my second time ever to be in one of these in my entire life, and I'm about to be 40. So, I am a software engineer. I solve new organic complex problems on a daily basis. It's what I do for a living. I solve problems. And one of the problems that I'm trying to figure out how to solve, hopefully with y'all's help, is how to actually get city ordinance to be not just a non-enforced or non-applicable, it's just something that's there. We know it's a city ordinance, and we know that we could be cited for it, but it's never actually truly enforced. And what I mean by that is I have many addresses around the residence where I live at 646 West Bowen Road that are, ever since I moved here, I can't seem to get them to play music in a respectful manner. And I don't think that's too much to ask. And so what I'm here today for is just to figure out what can I do so that way we can get it, so that way when the officers or sheriffs that show up, and it has been verified that they are in violation of city ordinance, and it's the second time attempt for that call for the night. It's not just someone making a noise complaint. It's been verified. It's been solidified in truth. How do we get it so that way people are starting to be held accountable for their actions? So that way we can stop wasting, so that way I can stop wasting city resources on this. I'm trying to figure out how to solve this correctly, and I want to be part of the solutioning rather than just this open-ended thing. So that's all I wanted to come up here to address. I don't know how to bring this forward from here. This is out of my realm of expertise.
Thank you. We have a city attorney here, and we also have a director who work for the city of Paris. They can direct you to the location, the website, or whoever you need to be directed to.
Okay.
Sounds like code enforcement, but I'm not going to answer that one. But Patricia is looking through her information, so get you information on who to contact. Because, we're not, being the planning commission, we really don't do that.
Okay.
But we can direct you to the appropriate city personnel that should be able to help you out. So you just give her a second.
Understood.
Yeah, hold on.
But the last time I was here last year, I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful and appreciative that y'all even take the calls. They're such low-hanging fruit that y'all don't have to honor them, right? No one has to do anything about it. And so that's something that is very easy to be taken for granted and not grateful for. The fact that we have the additional resources for y'all to respond to anything like this. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm biting the hand that feeds, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So, or try, robbing Peter to pay Paul in a sense.
Right. You may want to exchange information. It's up to you. And right now, you may want to exchange information. So she has your information or whatever, they can get in touch with you. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm really glad your son is here because I bring my kids sometimes too, and it opens their eyes to different experiences, opportunities, and how to get things done the right way. So congratulations for bringing your son and making him part of finding solutions.
Thank you very much. Hopefully he learned something from this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't know if he had did he have a blue sheet?
Are you here for item C?
No, this is public comment. First thing's not on the agenda. Yeah.
Okay, just state your full name for us. I don't know if she has a blue sheet, but state your full name for us.
Yeah. J.C. Franco. Awesome. In the spirit of first-time civic engagement, so first time ever coming to a meeting. So, we'll see how this goes. I've received notice of availability for Harvest Landing, and also somewhat vague, detailed notion rendering of that development. And I just wanted to touch base because I reached out to somebody from city, received comments back, and I wanted more clarification. So I guess just opening it to the planning division as a whole. Many of my neighbors received it and aren't able to necessarily dissect all the information that's on here, and they speak Spanish. I understand that the city does not require for that document to be put forth in Spanish. However, I do see that the city as a whole has done other forms of outreach in both languages, so I can't see why that also shouldn't be the same, especially given the magnitude and the sort of impact, both environmentally and just in general, of what that development entails. I am an architect, and so when I saw this level of development, I just moved into the city with my two little girls and my wife just under a year ago, and it's fairly close to us. So we love the city. We love all that that's coming forth. The theater project. As an architect, I'm nerding out on that one. And so when this came along in the mail, I thought, okay, what a shocker! This needs to be something that the community, not just myself, is able to digest. Right? Environmental reports are not, by any stretch of the imagination, easy things to digest the general public, much less myself. So I would like that front to be clarified and to put into simple terms for a lot of the public, because the environmental report does look damning. And I don't agree with the project. I think there's a lot to be desired for a space like that here for the city. So I believe, Chair Hammond, if I can cite you, you mentioned about place in one of the previous meetings, right? Going somewhere, a destination, and there's a sense of place, right? Everybody kind of goes to Riverside Plaza, and there's a sense of place just by the urban design and the urban nature of that project. This site is primed for such a type of a design. It's a perfect candidate for it, and I think it's why I'm so against the warehouses layered on top of the fact the environmental report was not a positive one. So with that, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, did you want to meet any information from staff? Because this is Patricia Bennett, our director, so she could probably exchange information. I appreciate you coming forward. Was there another person? That was it? Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address on the public comment? Thank you very much. We'll close the public comment portion, and we're going to go on to public hearings, item 6A. And we always welcome the public comments. And we may not have the answers, but we always welcome public comment, and we always have staff that's available that can answer questions that we just can't ask and would want to try to make up stuff. I'd rather have you get a transparent answer from someone who knows. So that makes sense, right? Okay. Item 6A. Zoning Code Text Amendment 25-00002. A proposal to add Charter 19.89 to Title 19 of the Paris Municipal Code to establish a no net loss density bonus program as a tool to maintain baseline residential capacity in compliance with Senate Bill 330. The applicant is the City of Paris. Contact planner Rafael Garcia. Requested action is that we adopt Resolution 25-12 recommending that the City Council determine that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Quality Act CEQA guidelines pursuant to Section 15061B3, Common Sense Exemption, and approve Zoning Code Text Amendment 25-00002 to add Chapter 19.89 to the Zoning Code to establish a no net loss density bonus program as a tool to maintain baseline residential capacity in compliance with Senate Bill 330. And as the city is making the presentation, I'm assuming we don't have any conflict of interest with the city. Okay. And with that, good evening, sir.
Good evening, honorable members of the Planning Commission. Good to be before you once again. Rafael Garcia, Planning Department and Development Services Department. Once again, here before you to discuss, as you indicated, Zoning Code Text Amendment 25-00002. It is a proposal for a code amendment to potentially establish a no net loss ordinance along with a density bonus component. Now, the item before you tonight did go previously as a discussion item before the City Council. This is all pertaining to Senate Bill 330, which was signed into law in 2019. Senate Bill 330 prohibits cities from downsizing the overall residential land use intensity of a property. What this basically means is that if there was a project before the Planning Commission, or eventually City Council, that involved the reduction of the residential capacity of a property, that the applicant would be required to address that one way or another. Overall, there are two main options that are at the disposal of the city to comply with Senate Bill 330 in order to clearly demonstrate that there will be no net loss in residential capacity. The first is to concurrently upzone another property that's within the city in order to maintain the overall baseline. The second is a potential ordinance that would provide an alternative means for the city to continue to maintain a residential capacity throughout the city. On May 13, 2025, this item did go before the City Council, and the City Council directed staff to proceed with option 2 to prepare specifically a no net loss and density bonus program, similar to what other cities throughout the Inland Empire have adopted. Now, overall, what this would do is it would facilitate the transfer of units from one location to another in order to clearly show that there will be no overall residential capacity loss throughout the city. This would occur through the creation of a residential unit bank that would act as a ledger, and it would hold the transfer of units removed by a project, and that project could be either commercial, office, retail, or industrial. It would involve any project that is non-residential, that reduces the residential capacity of the city, and what this would do is that the ledger the residential unit bank would behave as a ledger to tally up the number of units that are being lost in one portion of the city so that they can hopefully be relocated in a different portion of the city. Overall, staff is anticipating that many of these units could be transferred into an alternative location, hopefully within a 2-mile radius of one of the 2 Metrolink stations that are located throughout the city. Overall, there are 2 stations. One is within the River Glen Specific Plan area. The other one is in the downtown area. The location specifically would be within a 2-mile radius of that area, and the minimum required size for the lots would be 1 acre minimum, and the density would be up to 30 dwelling units to the acre within the River Glen area, and potentially up to a 30% increase in density for any area that is beyond River Glen. Now, just for some context, the River Glen Specific Plan has remained undeveloped since its adoption in 1992. The staff has met with the owner of that specific plan, and he has indicated that he is receptive to potentially allowing an increase in density in that area. Also, any areas that are beyond the specific plan would be allowed to take advantage of up to a 30% density increase. Additionally, staff was directed to require that the receiving site to start construction concurrently with any industrial component associated with the no net loss request. And this would occur whenever there is a warehouse that is less than 500,000 square feet in area. Any single building that is over 500,000 square feet in area would not be allowed to take advantage of this program. Now, overall, the residential project that is being relocated outside of an area, it would have to be constructed concurrently along with the industrial project, so that there is no net loss in residential capacity. The steps that are anticipated in order to properly execute that would be, number 1, to identify the site location where the residential capacity would be relocated. Number 2, have the owners consent to the transfer. Number 3, prepare all applicable land use updates and approvals required. Number 4, complete development and architectural plans. Number 5, complete the environmental analysis associated with the proposed project. Number 6, obtain entitlement approval from the approving authority. Number 7, complete infrastructure and architectural construction plans associated with the project. And number 8 is have the developer in place to start construction. Now, while that was the directive that was received from City Council, Staff also received some feedback from some of the industrial community. The industrial development community indicated that adherence to numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, as outlined in yellow as a condition of approval, would be something that they would be open to. Anything beyond that would basically constitute a rezone of the property and would, at that point, not really be required by Senate Bill 330. So they would just like to clarify and allow the Planning Commission to take into consideration that all of these items are not necessarily required in order to be compliant with SB 330. Only the items that are highlighted. Now, with this in mind, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt Resolution Number 2512, recommending that the City Council determine that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B3 and approve the zoning code text amendment number 25-00002 to add Chapter 1989 of the zoning code to establish a no net loss and density bonus program as a tool to function and address the requirements associated with Senate Bill 330. That concludes the presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions that the members of the commission may have pertaining to this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we would have any developer or anyone else to speak at this time, or we're just going straight to the,
It's a public hearing, so you would open the public hearing
Okay.
and see if there's any public
Okay.
comment.
well, even before, were there any developers or anything that had any, as part of the public comment? We have the regular public comment, but if anyone had a contrary to this or coming up, okay. At this time, before we get there, we have questions for staff, not discussions, but questions for staff or anything related. I know we do. So whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, Raphael, for the presentation. Very quickly, you mentioned that there's currently two options that we could take. Can you go into depth of what those two options are?
Yeah, so the two options are just the, Senate Bill 330 doesn't allow for a reduction in residential capacity. So it does not allow it. It says you cannot process any project or approve a project that reduces the residential capacity of the city. So that's number one. What the legislation does allow is it allows potential options so that you can address it. So what a lot of cities have done in the area is they've adopted a density, a no net loss ordinance. And what that does is that allows you to transfer the units outside of the area. The other option that could be potentially available would be for them to simply rezone or increase the zoning of an alternative property. So that could happen on a case-by-case basis. However, at this point in time, because I think the city council wanted to have something in the books potentially, they wanted to at least explore the option of potentially adopting the ordinance so that they could have that ledger in place so that somebody could transfer the units and then at some point potentially modify the zoning of a property. But without this, the only other way to address this item would be through some type of rezone that would increase the residential capacity of a site. So overall, the intent of that is to maintain a baseline throughout the entire city.
So the other option would be only to increase residential, not reduce it.
So you would be reducing it on one site, and you would be taking that reduction, and you would be increasing it somewhere
Got
else.
you.
So that way you maintain the baseline.
Okay.
So the ledger, what it does, it's sort of an intermittent process where you're taking the reduction and you're storing it in a residential unit bank.
Got you.
And you're keeping it there until it's ready to be deployed onto the right site.
Got you. So it's just being relocated.
Correct. And they both involve ultimately the relocation of the units. If it was just a residential unit bank in it by itself, you would relocate it there, and it basically serves as a ledger. It stores it until you can deploy it with an alternative project.
Understood.
So if you had a project that reduced residential capacity, you would have to balance that out with a project that increases residential capacity.
Got you. Thank you. So you guys are looking for direction on what, for the no net loss, let's say if we move forward with it, you guys want certain criteria for it?
There's certain criteria that were established as part of the ordinance. One of the big ones was that basically, in layman's terms, the city council at least had provided direction indicating that a transfer in the residential capacity involving industrial. So in a scenario, for instance, if somebody wanted to modify or reduce the residential capacity of a project in one location to instead do industrial, the city council indicated that they would have maybe a potential interest in seeing those units be constructed concurrently along with the construction of the industrial. So that's one of the kind of nuances of this specific ordinance.
Gotcha.
As I indicated previously, we did receive also some feedback from the industrial community. And they said that that would, in essence, negate the value in having the no net loss ordinance. Because what you would basically be doing is you would be forcing them to do the rezone. So in essence, in layman's terms, you're making them do option one, right? You would be making them do the rezone instead of just storing it in the ledger. But it was some of the feedback that we received from both city council and as well as the industrial community.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I have a question. So for the River Glen area, do we have a residential developer ready and willing to develop that housing?
Staff did meet, but the feedback that we received, it's preliminary.
Okay.
So there is somebody who is interested, and they indicated, the representative on behalf of River Glen indicated that they supported the concept and that they would be interested in taking advantage of it if it were to move forward. But there is no project per se at this point in time.
So should that interested party gain ownership and say they began the entitlement process and they started breaking ground on the River Glen housing plan as is, would that then negate that housing bank or the units? Or I'm just worried, or I'm just, I guess, wondering, say, you know, we have multiple parcels of land and this housing area becomes developed, would then we be out, I suppose, of that housing bank?
It is my understanding that River Glen has articulated that River Glen is not necessarily developable at this point based on the density. That's kind of the preliminary feedback that we've received. They are very interested in this because they think that the increase in density, and I'm paraphrasing what they've implied, but that this increase in potential density would make the project feasible. And that's why this was one of the areas that was potentially identified by staff.
So then, is it reasonable to say that this density bonus overlay would streamline the increasing the density, the process of doing so, rather than just a simple rezone? Like a rezone would be more steps. Is that am I understanding right?
Yeah, so typically it's kind of a two-step process. There's a few steps. The first step would be, is there another project that's reducing the residential capacity of the city? If you had a situation where they were reducing the residential capacity of the city, what the bill says is that you have to address that one of two ways. The first way, I think, would be a little bit more challenging for a lot of people because you would have to, in essence, submit two projects at once, right? So if you had an industrial project that was reducing the density in a portion of the city, and they wanted to submit to and move that density over to River Glen, they would have to simultaneously submit a second entitlement. And they would need both entitlements to be approved concurrently if you follow step one.
Okay.
Step two, they can potentially simply transfer the units into the ledger, into the residential unit bank, and they could be stored there. However, one of the directives that we received from council was that you still have to build them along with the industrial. Because I think the concern is that the ledger could potentially be used as a place just to store units, but they never materialize. The industrial community has concerns regarding that because once you require the development of the units, it becomes challenging to execute two projects concurrently there's a lot of moving parts. You know, as you know, sometimes even processing one project, multiple hearings, people challenge it, environmental documents, and so there's a lot going on with both projects. So I think the intent, I think requiring one or the other is a potential option. But in this case, the question is, are you losing residential capacity? And if so, it's one of two ways. Well, first way is to rezone another piece of property so that you can potentially relocate it to that location, or the other option potentially could be the no net loss ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. That's what all of my questions for right now.
Was there any conversation with city council about not just building concurrently, but holding off on final sign-off when both projects are completed?
Not to my recollection. They touched on it briefly. I think that the concern there was that they wanted to make sure that the units, I think the intent there with their comments was they didn't want the units to simply be relocated and stored into a bank without some type of movement forward with them actually being developed. I think that was the concern on their end.
I think I didn't phrase my question correctly. I think my question is because they want building to start concurrently, right? I can pretend to start building houses, build two, not the full amount, build the industrial, get final approval on that, and not necessarily complete all the houses. So my question is more along the lines of, we built concurrently, we are finalized concurrently. Was that conversation had?
Those specific details were not discussed.
But that would be something that if the commissioner desires, is within your purview to add it to the ordinance that's before you today.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's
You
true. I
might-
mean,
I
once,
think long-term.
yeah, once two projects start, there's no assurances that they're both gonna finish at the same time, correct? So if
Yeah.
one finishes before the other, they never really got to that point where they were discussing, they were splitting hairs at that level of detail.
Okay, because I mean, if I'm approved for both, my effort can be over here and whoops, they didn't get finalized at the same time. So I'm thinking like not just building or starting building concurrently, but like finalizing at the same time. So there's kind of a push to do both at the same time. So that's something that we can consider.
Yes, and just for clarification, the no net loss ordinance is not only in reference to industrial development, it's also for commercial.
It's any rezoning that would cause loss of residential area.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Is it feasible for us to make it so that the ordinance is only applicable to community commercial, not light industrial or general industrial?
Yes, that's an option for the commission's recommendation.
Yeah, so that means if a light industrial or general industrial project wanted to, they would have to go through the rezone process, not the no net loss?
Correct. That's something that you can add. That's not a requirement of the Senate bill, but that's something that if the city or the planning commission or city council wishes to pursue, you can pursue it.
Okay.
Quick question before I'll let you. I was wondering, did that figure of the 500,000 square foot maximum, did that come from city council for industrial building
I
size?
do not believe it came from city council.
Oh, okay, thank you.
City council directed us to put a cap on it, but the number is just a number that we included. That would also be something that if the planning commission wishes to change or modify that number, it's within your purview as well.
Okay, thank you.
So to clarify, that is, explain what that cap means in terms of application.
What it means is that if there's a warehousing facility, industrial, that is 500,000 square feet or less, they could take advantage of the no net loss ordinance. If they were more than 500,000, they would not be allowed to take advantage of this ordinance.
They would be forced to go,
To-
it would just be a condition or whatever, rezone and,
They would need to propose some type of alternative method to address any residential loss in capacity.
okay. What's the average industrial size for the average that we have been approving lately? I know that's a hard question because
500,000 is typically, they vary in size. But typically, I would say when people talk about logistical, especially here, between 250 to 500,000 is what you see a lot of the times. Although we have seen plenty of warehouses that are over
Yeah,
even over
we've
a
seen so
million.
many big ones. I'm just trying to gauge on how many times this would come to us and making sure that we are as, losing as the least amount of residential as possible. I want the impact to be minimal. That's why I'm asking these questions. I want to make sure, just like we approve at the same time, we finalize at the same time, let's make sure we know really how many times we'd potentially see this.
Okay. I'm going to jump in, and you can always jump in after me. So I'm probably going to, when I get through talking, you're always going to have questions after me. 4 points, and I think I've read it pretty thoroughly. I think one of the things that the city council has directed to option 2, so I'm not going to go against that. The idea is that we want to clarify certain specific things in there. I think number 1, 4 points, just bear with me. We had RENA numbers, and we have to meet RENA numbers, and we're not reducing those on behalf of this. So the idea, this comes from the state. When you have SB 330, you're mandated, and there's not a discussion about that. Now, one of the things that working for the city of LA, and what we always did, was we had more stringent standards than the state and the feds. They were Mickey Mouse compared to us. So we would add things to the contract, we would make them sweat like crazy, and the state said, that's fine, as long as you meet our basic requirements or what we want, you can add to it. That's the case here. So if the ordinance, if you go back to that page where it shows those yellow sections 1 through 8, the basic things that the state requires we have to meet. Then it's up to the city if they want to have more stringent ones. I have no problem with that. I think one of the things too, so our numbers, if you're reducing 2,000 in one area, they're saying you have to have 2,000 somewhere else. I think the idea, and I think the sticking point for developers is a concurrent. So it comes down to, do they have to be entitled, or do they have to have something of that nature? So you may not build 2,000 homes, but you're entitled, that property to build that, or whatever the case. That's a question mark that has to be answered, because, I could go build a warehouse, I built a warehouse on Ramona, and they haven't built the other part completed yet. Well, the chicken before the egg. So concurrently means that you have to start and be entitled, or concurrently means you have to just get through the planning process. We need an understanding of that. Obviously, it's done for the purpose of, in this case, in our case, we talked about Metrolink stations. So those things are within that radius, and this is transportation-oriented development, standard 101 planning stuff. Every planner better know what this is, not just the planning commissioner. So this is done in Boston, this is done in Los Angeles, this is done in La Sierra and Riverside. You build multifamily housing by that kind of transportation. This is standard. When you're in the suburbs, it gets a little more intense, because when you're in the suburbs, you're far away, so you really have to really think about it, that kind of development. But the idea is walkable. So you work to work, you go to Metrolink station, you have apartments, you have condominiums and things. Next to that station, La Sierra works very well in Riverside. It's very packed. So that's the idea, that when that 1 mile radius, whether it's this station or one down south, that's the concept. So that's why the push for multifamily around that transportation-oriented development. I think, too, there's certain, I think this is going to have to be discussed, because obviously, if you're selling a developer that normally does industrial, now you have to concurrently build residential. That may be out of their purview, but this is one of the requirements that the city wants, and I think in terms of the section 19.89.03, it says, 1, a written request has to be made to direct you to get into the program to begin with. The other is that industrial is greater than 500,000 square feet, and concurrent residential construction. If that's the city's requirement, it's really kind of up to us. We can move that around, but they want not to lose residential. That's the key to think about. I prefer multifamily, not because I only want a bunch of apartments, but you got to look at the price of houses, you're going to have move up. So multifamily is a major thing for me. And so those areas that are never going to build, 30 years this project, I was here 30 years ago, and they never did anything to that project, nothing. So the idea is that, if you can start multifamily and have diversity of housing, that's one of the things. Whether I agree with the state or not, it's the idea of multifamily is getting that step up. So your child doesn't have to move to other places when they want to start a job. So the idea is that makes sense. So I think the idea of what they're looking at is industrial comes in, and you're taking away residential. Well, you're taking away our arena numbers. You're taking away our things with the state. That's what they're looking at and saying, no, we can't have you doing that because we have to be in compliance with 330. Am I right? So since we have to be in compliance with SB 330, we're going to kind of stick to that. So the city has added these things, and some of them maybe seem a little ominous, but the idea is that, you know, if you're going to do it, you're going to take away, there needs to be another location where you're going to match that number. My only question is, the bank. Now, number one, about the bank itself, who monitors the bank, because it's something that somebody's going to have to keep on top of. Because if you got 5 or 6 developers trying to do this and put it in the bank, it's going to be monitored over a period of time. And good luck with that one. The other thing is, too, and I think I brought this up earlier, if you have 2,000 units you're moving, and in that area really can only have the infrastructure that can realistically be built for 1,000. Now, you have a bank that says 1,000 that could be used later, right? So you can't move the 2,000, but you have to have the 2,000. So we have to find another location to move those other 1,000 or put it in the bank at some future date, and we don't know how many years, but it just goes into the bank. So is that some other developer does it, or that this developer later on has to? That question I just need to be answered. Because it goes into the bank, but does that mean this same developer has to find another 1,000 in another location, or it just goes in the bank and that preempts that? So you see what I'm saying? So I put it in the bank, someone else uses it, or this developer says, hey, I got away with 1,000, the other 1,000 I'm not worried about. I put it in the bank. Looks like we put our money in the bank. I put it in the bank, it sits there, and I'm done. What does that mean? Because that determines how we deal with this today. Tough questions, I know.
I did also have questions along those lines because something that I don't think any of us want to see is rezoning of some areas and we're moving these houses somewhere else and it's, you know, now 10-story apartment houses because we have to meet that density without looking at the infrastructure, without looking at, you know, the streets, all those other things, the environmental impact reports, because I don't want it to be that where I come in with, you know, another development and I'll build over there. But it may not have that capacity. So did we look at that when we looked at this area? Have we looked at what the capacity is, what we have as a city in mind, like small single-family homes, townhomes, condos, apartments? I think that would be a great entry point. Did we look at that infrastructure, what we could ideally build there and what can be sustainable yet? Do we have a max of residential that can be zoned there? So just have an idea on how much can be built somewhere else?
So just to get started on this, just for clarification, the project before you is for a framework. It's not a project. At such time we have projects coming before you, that's when we will look at whether or not there's adequate infrastructure for the project to be developed on that site. We will take a look at that. We will look at compatibility to see whether or not the density that's proposed to be transferred to a specific location makes sense, to make sure that we don't create land use incompatibilities. We will look at traffic to make sure that traffic is not going to create a problem in the area, especially if it's surrounded by single-family homes. But this is just a framework. And what we're trying to do is provide that flexibility for development to occur in the city, whether it be commercial or industrial, but at the same time be able to allocate the necessary residential units in the city so that we are not in trouble with SB 330. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
You did, but would it be an unrealistic expectation that we would be able to request? We have certain color schemes. We have a certain look that we're developing within our city and certain expectations. Would it be unrealistic to lay out some boundaries, some limitations within this, or is that something that we can implement? I ask, I ask because different developers will come in with different things, and it can look like hodgepodge little communities. I wanted to have a flow.
So Commissioner Jimenez, the projects that would be utilizing units that are in the bank would still go through all the normal requirements for that development project.
Okay.
It's just that they would have this density bonus available to them that would essentially function as an increased maximum base density. If there are units in the bank that are available, and if the residential project is proposed on a site that's identified in the ordinance as a site where units can come out of the bank and be used for, then that density bonus would be available for that project. And if it's in the River Glen specific plan area, the ordinance says it could be up to 30 dwelling units per acre. If it's in another area that's within 2 miles of a Metrolink station, a 2-mile radius, it could be up to a 30% increase on density. But the bottom line is it's a density bonus that's available. So it would function as an increase to the maximum base density standard, but everything else would be processed according to the normal requirements for that development project. And the sequel would be done for all of it at the time of that project.
So we would still have the opportunity to provide those guidelines,
You'd
feedback,
process it
all
the
those
same
things.
as always, it's just that they'd be eligible for that increased density. That density standard would be increased if they qualify under the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Patricia, if they opt into the program, this kind of piggybacks, and I don't mean to prolong it. They opt into the program, you have that density bonus. So in other words, River Glen is 6,600 square feet. And that's the parcels, that's because of the specific plan at the time. Yeah. But now, if you opt into the program, you have the density bonus, so you can go 30 units per, and it automatically, you still go through the process. You know, now you're going to build 10-story, which they can build 10-story apartments. You can't stop them. I hate to tell you this, the state is not going to let you stop them. So if you want 10 stories, you can do 10 stories. But the idea is that if you opt in the program, now you're talking about 30 units per acre, which is pretty much what it takes. Outside of that is the 30%. So in essence, inside this 1 mile radius, a lot of radius too, you have up to 30 units per acre, which makes transportation or development meaningful.
It's a 2-mile, the draft ordinance has a 2-mile radius
That's
from
pretty big.
either Metrolink station as well as anywhere within the River Glen
Yeah.
specific plan.
So
area. So it's a
it's-
wide big area.
And that's part of that transportation. I don't know if you're going to walk 2 miles to the station, but at least within that area, within that area, you've got the density bonus automatically kicks in. So that makes a difference in just a regular thing where if you're changing the zoning, you have to change it to multifamily housing, which is a change from R10,000 or R6,000 or R8,400, right? Mm-hmm. So in essence, we're saying if you opt in the program, you can move those units over there. It might increase the number. So if we had 2,000, it might increase it to 4,000, 5,000.
If you look at section 19.89.040 of the proposed ordinance, which is on page 22 of the Planning Commission agenda packet, it has the requirements for housing developments receiving density bonuses through the program. So 19.89.030 is the requirements for projects that want to utilize the program to
Yeah.
comply with SB 330. And 19.89.040 is the requirements for projects that want to use units from the bank for their future residential projects.
Okay.
You can see there were exceptions added for, saying that if it's a site that's in a conservation area, for example, or a high fire severity zone, those wouldn't be sites that would be eligible to get a density bonus to use units from the bank. It also mentions applicable specific plan and general plan limitations, as well as the housing opportunity areas overlay zone would be exempted, and the March Air Force Base Inland Port Airport overlay zone, those restrictions. So, and then number 5, you see under D5 under section 19.89.040 is kind of the more general restriction on any other land use compatibility standards that would conflict. So there would be, there are certain procedures in place to make sure that that density that comes out of the bank is properly accounted for.
And you would need a minimum of 1 acre to make it a meaningful development.
And the last one thing I wanted to mention is that it would only be residentially zoned areas that are within those 2 mile radii, and then the specific plan area. It's only residentially zoned areas within those areas that could use units from the bank.
Okay.
Would you be able to tell me what a 30 units per acre usually looks like? Is it nothing but tall apartment buildings? Is there a mix? I'm
It's
trying to get a picture.
multifamily apartment buildings, I would say. I think, and
Give an
I don't know if
example.
you want to speak to this. I think townhomes are generally like in the 15 to 20 dwelling unit per acre range. Like condominium projects and townhomes, maybe 20, so.
Maybe in Anaheim, you have those tall buildings and all packed in on one street. It's probably, what, 15,000 planned in Reno Valley in one location. Oh, okay, yeah. Last question, if a specific plan, this would not change or alter the specific plan. In other words, the River Glen specific plan would not have to be altered, or would that be altered if this goes into effect? That would be altered, okay.
Oops. Yes, it would.
Okay.
My question, I guess, is how can we make this stricter? Not stricter, but thinking about our city and the small town feel, how, I see the purpose. I don't want to see, like when I think about cities like, I mean, I grew up in Paramount, everybody knows that. There's different types of areas within Paramount. So you have where you have the single-family homes, and I had friends that live where it's nothing but apartment buildings. So I'm trying to avoid that type of look within the city where we have the nice part of Paris, and then just like apartments after apartment after apartment part of Paris. I'm trying to figure out how we can maximize to where it's not maybe 30 units per acre, like minimizing that, so it doesn't feel, because now I'm thinking that means no walkways, that means probably no recreation areas, probably no community homes, because you're trying to maximize those numbers. So I'm trying to have stricter expectations so that I understand the need for it. With SB 330, 100%, we need to have that. But I'm trying to make it so that it's still, I'm trying to reason that in my head, because I just feel like if we don't have stricter guidelines, it's just going to be,
The 30 dwelling units to the acre is kind of a cap. Doesn't mean that they're going to be developing at 30. They could develop at less. But I think the intent of that standard is to provide some level of flexibility. So if they wanted to, they could develop at a much lower standard. You know, you could still end up with even if we extend this, you could still end up with a single-family product. There's no guarantee that they're going to be transferring that many units. I mean, they would still be capped by the number of residential units in the bank. So if, let's say, the concern is that, well, we don't want to add several units to a property, you would still be capped by the number of units that are being transferred into the bank.
And it doesn't have to be apartments. I mean, like Rafael just explained, we don't have to go up to the cap, up to the 30 dwelling units per acre or 30%. You could still have a project that's a planned residential development, which is single-family homes, that can take advantage of the density that could be allowed with the flexibility that's provided by the no net laws. It doesn't have to be apartment. But in situations like the River Glen, where it's right next to Metrolink station, it completely makes sense to have multifamily development there. You would lose that opportunity if we recommend like a planned development, residential development to go in that location. Same thing here in downtown by the Metrolink. It would totally make sense to have multifamily development. But the density it doesn't have to be doesn't have to lead to multifamily. It could be residential, like I said, like a planned residential development where we apply the PDO, the planned development overlay zone. But it depends on the location, right? So that's why Ben is absolutely right. Every project that comes in is going to come before you for you to consider and to make your recommendation, especially if it requires a PDO or a change of zone.
And the proposed ordinance does say that the development standards of the city's applicable zoning designation for the subject property shall be met. That's in 19.89.060. So nothing in these caps would override compliance with the city's development standards for those sites.
no, I understand how that, the math isn't mathing though. Like if I can convert 500,000 square feet into a warehouse or 499,999, and the imprint is going to be larger, right? Because now it's going to be parking, trucking, this, that, or commercial even. If I wanted to do 499,999 square feet of commercial, how many houses would I be losing in that area that need to be moved somewhere else? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to see how much loss we have available, how many houses would have to be moved so that it makes sense. Because if it's not 30, then would it really be making up for the land loss? So I'm trying to see if it's match. Am I making sense?
And that would have to be determined when the project comes before you. I mean, right now, it's all theoretical mathematics that we're, it's hypothetical. It's not something that we can determine and put into the zoning ordinance. That would be something that when the project comes in, we would have to determine if it makes sense to allow for the transfer of X number of units to allow for this residential or industrial development to occur.
So let me ask this then. If, let's say, we have a certain amount of residential left, right? If we want to rezone a section, right, and we're losing certain amount of residences, and let's say it was zone R6000, I could do townhomes in this area in River Glen, and there would be a time where we potentially would run out of places to relocate, right? Eventually, we might run out of space.
Well, yes, we would have, I mean, there are constraints in the city of Paris. We have the high fire severity zones that we just learned about recently. We have the airport plan. We have 2 airports. We have the multi-species habitat conservation plan that also places restraints on property. So River Glen is the ideal location for higher density, but like I mentioned, it doesn't have to be apartments, multifamily. It could be a planned residential development that allows you to have smaller lots, but a higher number of lots, as opposed to developing it, under the a typical residential zone.
Okay. I really am trying to, it makes sense. I fully, and I'm with the city council 100%. We need to do SB 330, and, we are the city where Cs don't get degrees all the time. We need to go above and beyond. So I'm all for going above and beyond, but I just want to go make sure that we go above and beyond to the point where it's actually beneficial to the residents, to the community, and not detrimental in any way to any current or future residents.
I think, and not to prolong the agony for Mr. I think one of the things too, and this is where we don't want to get into the the nuts and bolts in terms of development, but you can have mixed development.
Yes.
Something that I don't hear enough of in the city of Paris. I hate to say it, guys, but I don't hear that from planners. Mixed development means both.
Yes.
Easy solution, because I've been on this thing long, and I'm not hearing it. Other cities are killing us, and we're sitting here saying 50,000 homes. Nobody does that. But you can have townhomes, apartments, and single family. That's what you want to see. So that's the answer to your question. That answers all the questions. You don't have to have all single family. We have a lot of single family. They're never going to build all single family. They're not going to do it. And right now they're having a hard time selling homes anyway. So you have a combination of things. So you move up, apartment, condo, house. House back to the condo, because I don't want to do the law. That's the way cities are operating in the 21st century, 2025. We're the only ones that are stuck in the mud. So that's the way you solve it. Some condos, you don't want 15, I don't care what Marino Valley says, 15,000 in one spot is a little nuts, because it's not New York. That's what they want to do, that's that city. But they're all around us building apartments. Every city here is building apartments. Menifee, they're all doing it. Why? Meet the state, SB 30, and you want to have a combination of types. So that's where you do it. So if you have a multifamily and single family and the other, you've solved the problem. And you could have the density, or it could be 15 units, 10, but that's one of the ways that you can solve it, and that's an easy way to solve it. So now you got to be creative. And I like the fact that it's making us be creative now. So otherwise you just have a bunch of, 6 times. So now you can be creative. And really, to end this all, it's around the Metrolink stations. So the idea is that it's a transportation hub. That's why Hemet is going to do it. Put it in Hemet. But the idea is they want a train to end there so they can get on the train. That's why you have the density issue. it's in that radius. So that means that you start getting people on the train, you get people on the train downtown, you get train on that street. So that's primarily why you're talking about density. Outside of that, you can still have homes, but I think a combination would be the answer.
But I was asking, I
Yeah,
want to make
yes.
sure we have a combination and
Yeah,
not
and
just
that
one
c-
or not just the other.
Right, when it comes to us, if it ever comes to us, then you can, Mhm. I think that's what was kind of what I'm saying.
That was brilliant. Yes, that's absolutely what we're looking for.
Where's
So
it-
it will still be the same procedure. It's not we rezone and now it's gonna be 30,000 every single time. They can put in for that, but because it's gonna be technically a zone change, we could still say, no, we have enough of this type. We are wanting condos, right? So, or different types or small homes.
It's not always technically a zone change. It's whatever that project requires, plus if they're entitled to the density bonus or not.
Yeah, okay.
It's always a
So-
zone change to put units into the bank. So you always have discretion of whether or not to approve that project that's going to rezone residential to industrial or residential to commercial. That's always a zone change, so the city has
And we could
discretion.
always
They
say
don't need to
no.
approve it.
Yeah, we
Yeah, even if
always
you
have to
approve this
not approve.
ordinance, you don't need to approve that kind of project that puts units into the bank. Once units are into the bank, it has this density bonus that's available
Okay.
for sites
Good.
that are within the areas identified in the ordinance to use units from the
Okay.
bank in the form of density bonuses.
Now it's making sense. So when they come before us and they're bringing their rezoning to commercial or office buildings, that we're losing this many, they can put in that request to,
It gives the developer of the industrial or the commercial project the option of opting into this ordinance as a means of complying with SB 330 instead of going the traditional route for complying with SB 330, which is a concurrent upzoning of another site in the city at the same time as their project is approved. What this does is it kind of put those units in the bank so that they can be used later. So it is still a concurrent change to development standards on those other properties where the units can be used. But the building or the entitlement of those units doesn't occur at the same time. The transfer of density goes into the bank instead of going directly to those other sites. And then it's available in the form of density bonuses to be used when those developers are available. Of course, you have the provision that Raphael was speaking to, per council direction, which is 19.89.030C, that kind of puts a twist into that, which says that the project applicant's project, if it contains an industrial component, will conduct concurrent residential construction
Yes.
with the industrial construction. So I think that's one of the main points that staff is looking for your
that,
direction on.
yes. But in that, because I 100% am supportive of that. Would it be if a developer comes in and wants to do that rezone, if they came in and said, we want to rezone 2 acres, and we would have a certain amount of loss of residents, and they say, but, I want to get this approved, or on 1 acre, I build, 30 units per acre, we could still say, like, adding more. I guess I'm asking, I just want to limit so that it's not beneficial to developers, but beneficial to our city, and I think that was the whole purpose behind city council also putting this forward. So I want to make sure that the beneficiaries are not necessarily the developers, but the community that we're serving. So that's why I'm trying to be so strict to make sure that we're hitting all the points to make sure that, city's protected first before developers. I just want to make sure, checking with staff, if you feel like this is enough, or if there's anything else we can add to make sure that we have those protections while still maintaining the SB 330 and the density and multifamily home, mixed use, all that.
We feel that the directive, the directed process that's in front of you, 1 through 8, would provide the protection that we need, including the cap on the size of the warehouse and having the both developments be constructed concurrently would provide that protection. I just want to point out also that the industrial development community is, once the would like the planning commission to consider only applying 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 of the items that are listed on the screen in front of you.
Anything else?
I don't know, is this when we would add that where both projects are finalized concurrently as well, or is that a different time?
I think my only thing, and I don't have a problem with it, is that concurrent construction, and we're talking about, now obviously obtain entitlement approval from the approving authority, yeah, but when you talk about actual construction or entitlement so that they can construct, or what, that is one thing I'm kind of hung up on. At what point, are we saying complete infrastructure? That's plans, fine. Have developer place to start construction. So do we need to clarify that? Or what do we start construction, or do we mean, what do we mean by that in terms of detail?
I think clarification is needed on the actual ordinance language. This is just a slide for purposes of the staff report
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah.
But the actual language in the ordinance that I think does need to be refined
Yeah.
is section 19.89.030C, which is on page 22 of your Planning Commission agenda packet.
OC?
So it basically says a project that wishes to utilize this program to comply with SB 330, one of their requirements is that, in the language of C, is the project applicant's project, if it contains an industrial component, will conduct concurrent residential construction with the industrial construction. So first of all, I don't think the intent was to say that that's part of the project applicant's project. I think it's meant to say another project somewhere else will be built with that, with those residential units that were added to the bank by this project. That will occur concurrently, but it doesn't say entitled concurrently, it doesn't say occupancy concurrently, so more clarification is needed on that.
That was 19.89.03.
0.030C.
OC.
Yeah, subsection C.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking right at small print. Okay, OC. Thank you for that clarification. Now that makes more sense to me. So, sorry.
More questions?
Okay. Thank you, sir. No more questions for staff, I'm sorry. Okay, we want to open it up for public comment on this particular item. And anyone with public comment on this item, just welcome to come to the podium at this time and state your full name. Spell your last name for us.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Shardlow, Shardlow. I didn't pull a card yet, but I certainly will if I need to.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to, hearing this conversation is pretty insightful. I have the privilege of representing residential, commercial, industrial developers. I've seen this used in Eastvale and Fontana. In Eastvale, it was a 3-acre site. It's a Dutch Brothers, a car wash, and a Mexican restaurant. The zoning was agricultural, and the agricultural to commercial, agriculture was actually, residential was allowed in the agricultural zoning, and so it needed to be, it needed to be moved. So this is really a toolkit. Again, the city could have denied that project if they didn't like it. The requirement to construct doesn't need to necessarily be in this ordinance. It could be a requirement for individual projects. But the last thing you want to do is burden an industrial or commercial developer who doesn't build residential units to kind of be tied to that residential project. SB 330 today, even if you were to do the traditional approach of upzoning, those units don't have to be built anyways. I get the comment that you don't want to have incentives for developers, but you do want to have incentive for developers to actually build. So if you look at Riverglen's been there forever. It's an old specific plan. It's been there 30 years. Nothing's been built. So now someone that had 15 units per the acre now has 30. It probably gets built. It's in the right spot. It's right next to a Metrolink station. But I think you're protected as well because that's the only land that's the 30 dwelling units per acre. Everything else just gets a 30% increase. So 10 acres per dwelling unit per acre can only be 13. So there's not some, like for example, I get exactly what you're saying. You don't want to see apartments everywhere. And then the requirement that there's development standards have to be met. You still get the open space requirements, the amenity requirements, all of those requirements still have to be built. So it's not going to be, a site. And I would, to answer your question, I think staff actually did a really good job. 30 dwelling units per acre is like a four-story project with parking. It's not, and I don't think anyone would build 10 stories if they could. you know, in this location, no one else is when there's things. So, and then again, there's a lot of residential zoning you have that just doesn't make sense for some of the reasons that were discussed. It makes sense to move that. They can't be built in a high fire zone. It can't be built in, you know, airport zones. And so this is a way to move those units somewhere that actually, you know, have an incentive to get built because they're not going to be built there before. So I don't see it as a loss of residential units. I see it as a way of, you know, really being able to incentivize housing developers. And again, you have complete authority to, you know, deny projects that would use this, and therefore only the projects that you're approving would be able to use this. So it's really a toolkit. It's not something that constrains the city. It's an option that the city can opt into with individual projects. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, with that, we close the public hearing and bring it to the commission for discussion.
I understand the use for no net loss, just to push and incentivize developers and applicants to really develop in areas that they see suitable, that's currently zoned residential. But I was doing some research and I was looking into the zoning within the general plan. And so I was looking at the percentage of the land use. Currently, about 24% is light industrial and general industrial. And that's within the entire city, not everything that's developed, but just everything that's zoned. And about 9% of that is 9% of the city is zoned community commercial. So that's about a 3x a light industrial and general industrial compared to community commercial. So I feel like this no net loss should be limited to just community commercial because I think it would incentivize more developers to push for that versus giving the option for creating more light industrial within the city. I would like to see the limitation of just community commercial to use no net loss.
If I can continue off of that, is community commercial the only, I know it's not, I guess maybe to expand on that, because I do agree, I think if we, I was originally thinking, oh, you know, lower the cap to like a small warehouse size so that way the bank doesn't get eaten up by large industrial projects right away before commercial developers would have the opportunity to take advantage of this. But I guess just to expand on that, maybe to limit it not just to community commercial, but any other zones within the general plan and within the city that would allow commercial developments. Just wanted to like add to expand to that.
I'm okay with whatever you all go with, but I do want to make it to where the process is completed, and I understand that not all commercial and not all industrial also build residential. This is going to have to be partnerships, because I think at the end of the day, we need the high-density housing. I feel like we need to get on that, and the only way to make that happen is to have it developed at the same time. Otherwise, they're just sitting there, and we know we have it zoned for that, but it's never going to get developed. I think the only way to get it developed is to do it concurrently and complete it concurrently. So I would like to raise that where it's not just getting built concurrently, but final approval is concurrent. And I understand what you're saying. We want to increase. We've lost a lot of commercial and residential to industrial, so we're trying to protect our commercial. We need more commercial and different development in our city. So I hear you. I don't know why the city council included industrial. I think they were doing any loss of residential, but I see what you mean where it should be a benefit, right? Because it could be, if we don't have this, it could be they just come in, put in for a zone change, it gets approved or denied, and there's no positive outcome from that. So I guess just adding that, but listening to my co-commissioners.
Oh, okay. And of course, I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench, right? One of the initial things is we have a lot of industrial. So I'm 100% behind the city council. The industrial is the issue, not commercial. Industrial is one of the reasons that if you're going to do commercial or new industrial, which anyone has a right to bring forward, and you're going to take away residential. And what the state's concerned about is nothing commercial, and it's a city-by-city basis, is losing residential. So if you have projects where you're losing 2,500, 3,000, and your arena numbers say you have to have 8,000, you're going down to 5,000, we're going to be in jeopardy. So it becomes a legal issue, not just that issue. So industrial will be number one. If you're going to come in with that project, and you have every right to, and we can't say how we're going to do one way or the other, I'm just saying every right to, but you're replacing residential. So we're not talking north of Ramona where it's all pretty much that way. We're talking about areas where not traditionally that, but they're community commercial, replacing the housing with community commercial, and you have a need for community commercial, you still have to do the residential. So either way, it's going to be, if you want to replace it with that or that, you still have to replace the residential. And the key thing to remember, we're talking residential movement. People have to live somewhere. Okay? So even if you work in the city, you got to live somewhere, unless you want to live in Hemet and drive here. Okay? So the idea is you want people to be local, you want people to be that kind of thing. So in the concept, whether you agree with the state or not, it's irrelevant, is that they're moving in the city council to not lose residential and replacing residential. How the state's doing it, we can argue, but the idea is that that is what the goal is. So, if you replace a lot of, if you're industrial to industrial, general industrial to general industrial, that's one thing. But general industrial to losing residential, that's a problem, because where are you going to put it? So the idea is that you're going to this located place. Now, we can argue about whether that's a concurrent building. Now we can get on to the language like we talked about, concurrent completion, such and such, that needs to be addressed, because that is an issue. Hey, we got a guy in mind. No. He says they'll do it. No. 50, 60 years ago, you might accept that. Let's shake your hand. No. So, we're talking about absolutely something that you have to do, and that's an attorney thing. What does it mean when you say concurrent? And that is one of those ordinance things. But the idea is not losing residential when you don't have to. So I agree with you, but I think the main focus was that industrial, and then whether you want to add, that's a commission thing, commercial, But replacing it with the housing you lost, to me, is the main issue. Because you don't lose residents, people want to live somewhere. So, you're replacing, I had 2,000 homes planned, and we're going to change it to 7. Okay, fine, but where are you going to put the other ones? So the onus is on that one to find locations and work with the owners of that property to get that property. And that takes a little bit more work, a little more negotiation, but do you want to lose the residential? So I guess that's really the bottom line. Do we want to lose residential? And SB 33 says you're not going to. And so they've directed option 2, the council, for that purpose, that you want to replace one with the other. And I think it makes sense from that standpoint. It may not be perfectly written. We may have to add a few tweaks to it. But I think that's ultimately, I think, is the bottom line. And I think that's what the city's projecting. Now, the 500,000 square feet, kind of the average in the city, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that one. But from the engineering standpoint, they see all the plans. I would presume that's pretty much middle ground. Yeah, we are all over the place, 320. So I don't have a problem with that. Concurrent, written request to the director to opt in the program. So they have the option to either opt in the program. Otherwise, you do the old-fashioned way. You got to get his own change. You go there, you try to change it. Good luck. But you have to do it, and its onus is on you even more so. This way, you can put it in the bank, and you can do it. So it kind of makes sense from that standpoint. That's just mine. But I'm trying to be practical, and we're submitting it to them. So.
Well, may I clarify something? Sorry, just really quickly. It just kind of popped in my brain. I know. I think it was on that slide where it had like the yellow boxes, but that concurrent building stipulation, that only applied to the industrial down zone, correct?
Correct.
So if we were to either decrease the size of the industrial cap or completely remove it, that concurrent building stipulation would not necessarily be on the table or I mean, I guess it could be if we requested it, but that kind of just gets removed, correct? Or,
If they're wanting to take advantage of the no net loss ordinance, and it's an industrial development, the cap is in order to qualify, the warehouse building cannot exceed 500,000 square feet. So it could be less. Nonetheless, the recommendation based on the direction from city council is that residential be constructed concurrently with the industrial.
okay. So it would only apply to the industrial. So then if we were to, have to upzone or apply the density bonus overlay because of a commercial that's seeking to remove residential, that would not be, they would not have to also concurrently build the housing. Okay. Thank you.
And I think too, you brought up something really important. Just because they're coming with this, if it's an industrial, we don't have to approve, right? We still have reserved those conditions or that right, and and I think not that we don't want to have perks for industrial if they want to build there, because the perk is they still get to build, right? But we have to protect our residents and represent what our residents have been coming in to say for months, and our city council is thinking about that through and through.
So to kind of sum it up, we would have also the flexibility if we wanted not only the 500,000, which is something the council directed you to find that, and could we add also that not just industrial, but would be the commercial. So if you're going to replace residential with commercial, it would be possibility of saying industrial and or commercial. So if you're going to replace residents with commercial or replace residents with industrial, that may be up to our purview. I'm assuming that we could say that, unless there's some stipulation we can't. So we're not eliminating the industrial part, but then if you want, and it's up to us, do you want to add commercial? In other words, I want a commercial center where there was 2,000 homes, and I want to put commercial in there, then you have to replace the 2,000 homes if it's also commercial.
Wait, but if it was commercial, if the rezoning to commercial still has to go
No,
through
no,
the
from
same.
commercial,
Oh,
with
gotcha.
residential, and which is this, it's losing residential. That's the bottom line for 330, losing residential. So if
It's
I
only
want to come in
applicable
and
to
take that,
residential.
yeah,
Gotcha.
and make it commercial, or I want to make it industrial, I have to find 1,100 homes, 1,800 homes, 2,000 homes, and negotiate with that owner of that property. So I'm only saying is, do we want to add commercial to industrial as a stipulation? Right now, it's just industrial.
Wait, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, so if they're rezoning to commercial, it goes to a bank. They don't have to build concurrently. So they still have to take that and bank it somewhere, so we're losing residential, but there was no residential built anyways. If it's an industrial development, the stipulation is that they have to build concurrently.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
want to
gotcha.
add, they have to get that final approval concurrently too. That way there is complete
So
follow-through.
we know it's gonna get developed.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
with commercial.
They
if
have that leeway.
They have that leeway where, yeah, we're gonna build, and it's gonna
but
get
it's not.
banked. And it'll be available there to build whenever, soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
But when it's industrial, it has to happen
It has
all
to
at
be
the same
immediately.
time. Yes.
Got you.
So you got some idea what we're talking about?
Yeah, so we just need to make sure that when a motion is made, it's clear as to what the changes, if any, to the proposed ordinance would be in the planning commission's recommendation.
Okay.
So we've heard different ideas, but we need to boil it down. The motion will need to boil it down to
Okay.
specific changes to what's looking like it'll be changes to section 19.89.030, but
Yes,
it'll depend on the motion, so.
yeah, and the idea that we want some definitive ending. So it's just not just we've identified a location and we got a realtor, but entitlement, what is the end result normally in planning? When you sign off, what does it mean that now we're going to actually build?
Or you're talking about what's the final sign off?
Yes.
It's
So that when you
certificate of
say-
occupancy.
Yeah, okay. So that
So
may mean-
after the development entitlements or the planning entitlements are given, the next thing is building permits and then certificate of occupancy.
So we're talking about the point where they actually have started building, and usually we'll say it's a 3-year cycle or 5 years, you know, if you haven't started actual construction, because that's going to come in too. But obviously residential is not going to be built as fast, because you got to sell the homes, as fast as you would have the industrial. So the idea is that they need to be what, entitled first, or have a realtor?
That's up to you. That's, as the commission, that's up to what you decide you want in the motion and what gets approved as the recommendation. But right now, what the ordinance says is that if you are a commercial developer who is looking to rezone a residential site to commercial, you don't have this restriction to build residential concurrently with the commercial that's being approved. But if you're an industrial developer who is seeking to rezone residential to industrial, you would in fact have to build residential concurrently with the industrial that has been approved. And it also has the 500,000 square foot limitation for industrial buildings. So right now, it's stricter on industrial developers than commercial developers.
So we're really saying conduct concurrent residential construction itself. So whatever terms we normally have for condition approval, we have to actually start construction.
And get.
It currently
certificate of-
says will conduct concurrent residential construction. That's what the draft
Yeah,
ordinance. in
based on
front
our
of you
standard
says.
language in the COA, I'm trying to get out of her director here. So in the standard COA, we'd say they'd have to have actual construction
Yeah,
started within a
the,
certain.
the actual milestones would be either permit issuance or certificate of
Okay.
occupancy. Those are really the two.
Okay.
The two.
Now we're
The
going.
construction was sort of a figure of speech that was used by
Okay.
the city council. The planning commission has the right to make a formal recommendation and further narrow down exactly what that means. So
Can we add that language that he just said he's an expert? That he
Both
just
of
made.
that need to happen concurrently for both developments.
concurrently permit issuance or certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, it could be either or both. It could be like prior to issuance of building permits for the industrial project, building permits must issue for the residential project, or prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy for
Both.
the industrial project.
Permit
a certificate of
issuance is-
occupancy must issue for residential or both.
Permit issuance sound like realistic because certificate of occupancy is going to be tough because you're not going to have all 2,000 built. But permit occupancy to where you get to the point where you actually have not started construction, got through all the building permits, which is going to take you to.
I want it all the way at the end so that we know they got built. That is what I.
Well, then
I
the
would like.
wording is going to.
That's what we're saying. That's what we need to change it to say,
You want
I
actual
want
build?
it, I want them actually built because they can build 100 or start and abandon the construction.
So prior to the certificate of occupancy being issued for the industrial, a certificate of occupancy would have to be issued for all of the residential?
Yes.
So it begs the question, how many residential units? Because if, say, an industrial project added 1,000 residential units to the bank, because there was 1,000 units of residential development capacity in their project site that got removed by the rezone of their project. Now 1,000 residential units are in the bank. Those residential units, I mean, a lot of times it gets subdivided, sold, and then built, one at a time with separate certificates of occupancy. So would you be saying 10% need to be built, 20%, 50%, 100%?
They almost always get done in phases.
Yes.
Almost always. And
They do.
the likelihood, if you were to require a certificate of occupancy, that means that for 100% of the units, that means that 100% of the units would have to be basically able to be habitable
Okay.
prior to issuing the certificate of occupancy for the industrial, which in essence, and this is me just, again, trying to communicate it in layman's terms, you'd basically be holding the industrial project hostage, in essence.
Yeah. So what is realistic? Because if they're taking away,
It's up to the planning commission. That's where we can only kind of provide feedback. We can,
I'd say at least 20% would have to be
certificate of occupancy, at least 20%.
20, 30%. I don't know. What do you guys think? 20, 30%? I feel like 20%.
I say
I
higher.
initially was thinking,
30%.
yeah, my initial gut feeling was 25.
100. But 25.
Yeah, I feel
would be
safe
good.
saying about a quarter.
Okay.
So certificate of occupancy shall be issued for 25% of the residential units transferred prior to the certificate of occupancy for the industrial project?
Yeah.
Yes, but still, that other remaining would
Building
be banked
permits,
still.
building permits and certificate of occupancy
Yes.
being subject to that.
So for 25%,
Yes.
but the rest would still stay banked, right? So if they didn't complete the full 1,000, they're still,
They would still be in the
Banked.
bank.
okay.
They would still be in the bank. They just wouldn't have to be constructed and finalized to completion.
'Cause that's really-
Perfect.
Certificate of occupancy is the final step. It means
that's
everything's
hard.
been done
That's hard. Yeah.
and it's ready to be occupied by a,
That's hard.
by a
That's
potential
almost-
resident.
You know, that's what I want, but I need
I
to be
know that
logical.
They can't sell they can't.
Yeah, the question is whether the other 75% would need, whether the industrial project applicant would need to do the work to get the other 75% eventually, or entitled or built, even if it's later, or would those just be in the bank for other developers?
Well, we've established the bank as the kind of the criteria, and so does,
Right, but
Let's
would
get
would the industrial project applicant have any obligations with regards to that
Yes.
other 75? They would still need to make sure that they're built, just not by that time.
yes.
We could
They
give
would
them
still
a
need to
timeline.
provide
Yes.
their assistance
Yes.
to getting them built, but it wouldn't be held hostage on
Right.
them.
Yeah, because I mean, at that point, really, they have their certificate of occupancy, so really, like, we can ask, but like realistically, the goal would be to get them
Yes.
built soon.
Yeah, before the year 3000. So hopefully we've given some direction. I know we're spending time on this because it's a very important issue, because this really affects your city. So we really had to spend some, maybe more time we want, but it's important. It's really important for the public benefit. So yeah, hopefully Pat, Patricia, because it's all gonna fall on Patricia with the phone call.
Right,
Have
so
a
just for,
basic understanding of where we're at.
if we can clarify the action or the recommendation to city council.
19.89.030 is the area we're really looking at. Obviously, A was not changing because you have to opt into the program, otherwise we're wasting our time. Option 2, what the city council recommended was not negotiable, right? The other one was the industrial component. I think, are we agreement? Oh, I'm sorry. B was 500,000 square feet. Are we okay with that?
That's what I was going to bring up next. I do still feel strongly about being concerned that we'll just kind of burn through that bank if we keep the cap at such a large figure. And so maybe, and in doing so, we would, reduce the ability for commercial developers to make use of this ordinance. So I was curious. I don't know. It just seems like quite a large figure. So I was wondering if we could maybe discuss that figure.
Okay.
You can propose any figure you want. It's just a matter of, this isn't an absolute restriction on building size. It's that if an industrial developer wants to be able to opt into this ordinance as an alternative means of complying with SB 330, they couldn't have proposed buildings of more than 500,000 square feet in their proposal. If they do, they have to do traditional SB 330 compliance.
So then if we do reduce the size of the cap to, I know like the average small warehouse size is about 15, so if we doubled it, maybe like 30. If we did do that, the option to comply with SB 330 is still there. It would just be through a traditional rezone. And there would be, I know, more steps, but we would have the ability to have a bit more oversight and a bit more,
It would just mean that large industrial developers would not be able to use this ordinance. They wouldn't be able to have this alternative means of complying with SB 330.
When you look at warehousing, and I'm just paraphrasing here, okay? But there's really two types of warehousing, right? Small-scale warehousing and logistical facilities. By reducing it to that level, what you're basically telling is the logistical warehouses, you're telling them they cannot take advantage of this program in essence. Typically, logistical, I would say it starts somewhere around probably 100,000 or larger. Typically, the smaller warehouses are going to be, smaller warehouses that really don't do a lot of logistics. Sometimes a lot of the smaller buildings will have small box trucks. One of the characteristics of logistical facilities is typically the large semi trucks. That's kind of one of the components. So typically, they don't do a lot of logistical on smaller size warehouses. So it's just some context so that the planning commission can make a formal recommendation.
And I think if I can maybe try to see if I'm understanding your question, is if they're under 500,000 feet, they have to build concurrently. If they're larger than that, they can come before us, it can get approved, and there is no need for them to construct. They can move it somewhere else, but they don't need to construct. So that's why we have the 500 where if it's under that limit, they have to build concurrently.
Yeah, anything,
the-
sorry, go ahead.
There's no link between the requirement to build concurrently and the requirement to be less than 500,000 square feet. They're independent criteria for being able to use this ordinance.
So any size industrial would be,
To be able to utilize this ordinance as an alternative means to comply with SB 330, if you're an industrial developer, you would need to have less than 500,000 square feet of industrial building square foot floor space, and you would need to pledge, you would be required to conduct concurrent residential construction of 25% of the units that are put into the bank as a result of your project. There are
you
two
have to
independent
build.
requirements. They're not linked to each other.
okay, sorry, I have more questions. I do know SB 330 is in response to the housing crisis, and I know that there are other California housing crisis acts that, as Chair Hammond mentioned earlier, really limit our ability to have a say in certain housing development projects or even say no to them. So I just want to be sure that we're not tying our hands. Say a 499,900, you know what I'm trying to say, square foot warehouse project chooses to take part in this ordinance, in this program. Would we, since we have, for all intents and purposes, they are fully capable, as we've set forth in the ordinance, of taking advantage of this program, would we then have our hands tied in accepting that industrial project? No, or would
absolutely not.
I just fear I don't want to open ourselves up to
The one thing to keep in mind here is that any industrial project that would be coming before you would require a rezone. That's the reason why you have the no net loss. So even though this doesn't say that, it would have to involve that, because it would, the only way that you would be applying for the no net loss would be if your project is resulting in a reduction in residential capacity. Meaning you're going from residential land to industrial land to accommodate, let's say a warehouse. So it would be analogous to having a rezone for an industrial warehouse, which, those come before the planning commission all the time, and you would treat those just like you would. You have the right to approve, deny, or approve with conditions. So you have the right to treat the project independently, whether they submit for a no net loss or not.
Okay, so that would just be one step in the process. We don't, from point A, that rezone request, the rezone process is still occurring in that downzoned residential area.
Yeah, the reason this is before you is because, in essence, and no one's saying it this way, but every rezone project is a no right now. Every rezone project is a no. That's kind of the way to look at it, because SB 330 says you cannot have a net reduction in loss. So it's a no before they can even present the project to you. What the framework that Patricia was referring to, it is a mechanism that allows them to move that residential responsibility into the residential unit bank. That's all that it is. But it still allows you to review the project through a discretionary review process and to approve or deny or approve with conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, and the last section of the proposed ordinance in front of you, 19.89.090, specifically says nothing in this chapter requires the city to grant any zone change or other project approval or otherwise affects the city's decision-making authority or discretion over any project approval. So just making it clear that the city has that discretion to deny a zone change project, and by a developer opting into this does not change the fact that the city still has authority to deny that project.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That does make me feel better.
Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, sir. A lot of good information.
So can we clarify
I'm
the
going
direct? Okay, thank you.
Oh, you think that was it? Okay. Unless you had any more discussion. Okay. Yeah, we made you work today, right? Boy. Okay. Don't worry, we're going to get to the specifics. I have to read the whole thing. The subject today is zoning code text amendment 25-00002, a proposal to add chapter 19.89 to title 19 of the Paris Municipal Code to establish a no net loss density bonus program as a tool to maintain baseline residential capacity in compliance with Senate Bill 330. The requested action is to adopt Resolution 25-12, recommending that the City Council determine that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Quality Act, CEQA, guidelines pursuant to Section 15061B3, Common Sense Exemption, and approve Zoning Code Text Amendment 25-00002 to add Chapter 19.89 to the Zoning Code to establish a no net loss density bonus program as a tool to maintain baseline residential capacity in compliance with Senate Bill 330. Obviously, we have some amendments, and we're looking at Section 19.89.030. I lost it in front of me. Yeah, C. Well, the only changes would be C, and I think we've gone through the C changes to number C. If I could reach it, I could read it. 30. Project applicant project, if it contains industrial component, will conduct concurrent residential construction with industrial construction. We added wording, sorry, to the effect, and I think we gave it to you, Patricia, that we wanted a 20%, 25%. I'm failing on the language here, but the idea is that permit process and certificate of occupancy to be at 25%, and the remaining would go into the bank. I guess we call it be completed at a designated time. Is that somewhat close?
Yeah, certificate of occupancy shall be issued for 25% of the residential
Right.
units.
Okay.
The 75% would still be, they would still be responsible for. Thank you.
As well as building permits too, 25%.
Yeah,
Yes.
25%. Okay.
And I think we wanted to clarify that the residential units don't need to be constructed on the same site as the project applicant's project. It's just that the project applicant is responsible for ensuring that the entitlement occurs, the building permits are issued, and certificate of occupancy is issued for 25% of the units that it's responsible for, in the sense of the units that went into the bank because of its rezone.
Okay.
But it doesn't need to be in their industrial project
No.
site or in their
No, no,
commercial
no.
project. Or this would only be for an industrial project.
Quick clarifying question. So the permit, is it possible to do, they put in the permit for the full amount, but we only require 25% occupancy? Or is it like one or the other?
That's one of the things we wanted clarification on is, do
Okay.
they need to get entitlement for 100% of the units and only have 25% of them have building permits and certificate of occupancy? Or are those other 75? Because it has to be a higher number, because otherwise, if you just
Yes.
say, they only need entitlement for 25%, but then
Yes.
25% need to be occupied, you're back to the same issue.
Or back to the same issues. I
of
feel,
having
no,
100% occupancy.
I'm glad you asked that clarifying question, because I feel like they need to get the permit for the 100% and then 25% built for occupancy.
So that's why I
Yes.
was talking about entitlement, the word entitlement for planners. Entitlement
Entitlement of
is one
100%,
thing,
but
and
building
then
permits and
and the other one
occupancy
is
for
totally different. That's why I
25%.
was making that clarification earlier. I was hoping you guys would pick up. You can't have 100%, but entitlement holds you to that property. That's what I was talking about earlier. See, I'm not even a planner. I might as well be one. And give me a salary, okay? Yes, I'll go sit in that chair. I'm just kidding, you guys. So we have an idea now. That's really the only basic. Okay. Anything, we want to be compliant with 330. That's one of the main reasons.
Yes.
Okay? Okay. And we can work out the specifics. I'm no lawyer, I know language, but I think we got the basics.
Yeah, so now if there's a motion on that, we can just refer to that summary.
That's what we're going to do. Okay, thank you. To read it. Okay, who would like to move? Do we have it working now? Do we have? Okay. Somebody push it?
I can make a motion.
Okay.
To clarify, that's to adopt staff's recommendation
staff,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
changes that were summarized
Yes.
just
Oh,
now?
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
We were just trying to avoid reading it. That's okay.
I don't think you need to read it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
You just need a
get.
second, though.
Yeah. He's catching on to me. Commissioner Menez, and a second, I'm not seeing any.
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Jimenez. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's cold if you.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 4-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. What am I looking at here? Oh, okay. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back to item 10 minutes. Come back to 6, for obvious reasons. We don't need to discuss the reasons, okay? But we'll be right back. Thank you for your patience, but we'll be back on SBA plan and conditional use permit and development plan review. Trust me, we'll be back.
Good, how are you?
But it's so important that we had to spend time on it. I hate to say, but it's one of those issues you have to spend time on. You just can't let that one go. It's too big. Yeah. You have to discuss it. You could be out there, but you really need to, because once you set it in motion. So, I'm glad you figured it out, because what the heck? I guess you look up there and go, okay. We're just waiting for her to grab a drink. Here she comes. Okay, we're gonna get started. Yeah, we gotta start, guys. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the City of Paris Planning Commission. Perhaps you could have to walk. At approximately 7:59 p.m. And we're moving to item 6B, Pacific Plan Amendment 23-05321. Conditional, and thank you for your patience, incidentally. Thank you. Conditional use permit 24-05125 and development plan review 23-00022. Continued from the June 4, 2025 meeting. A proposal to consider the following entitlements related to the sales, lease, rental, storage, and maintenance of large equipment and vehicles on 3 separate sites totaling 24.9 acres, located along Frontage Road between Walnut Street and Placentia Avenue within the PVCCSP. 1, the specific plan amendment to revert the potential basin area designation to business professional office. Remove the segment of Walmart Street west of Frontage Road from the circulation plan and modify the definition of large equipment retail to include the proposed use. 2, conditional use permit to allow the storage and routine maintenance of large equipment and vehicles intended for sale, lease, and rental in the BPO zone of the PVCCSP. And 3, development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. Requested action, adopt resolution 25-10, recommending that the city council adopt mitigated negative declaration number 2404 and the mitigation monitoring reporting program, and approve specific plan amendment 23-0531, conditional use permit 24-05125, and development plan reviews 23-00022 to facilitate the sales, lease, rental, storage, and maintenance of large equipment and vehicles on 3 separate sites totaling 24.9 acres based on the findings contained herein, subject to conditions of approval. Do we have any ex parte communication, site visits, and/or ad hoc committee meetings?
I was in the ad hoc committee meeting for this project.
Okay,
I was in the ad hoc as well, and I drive by the site frequently.
okay. And I drove by the site as well. Thank you. City, Mr. Garcia, go for it.
Garcia, number 2. Thank you, Chair, for that introduction. Good
Oh,
evening, members of the Planning Commission.
My mistake.
Yes.
We did get a, my mistake. Item B, updated engineering conditions of approval for the record. We have a copy. I don't know if there's a copy available out there, but just want to put it into record, and I'm sure engineering, we're going to make you go through it. Whatever changes, additions, and I just want to get that before we get started. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, for reading that into the record. As mentioned this evening, we have before you the Barker Placencia Development Project. This project, as some of you may recall, was continued from the June 4th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. And this continuance was to allow the applicant time to work with staff on making updates to the project plans. The project site is located in the northern portion of the city in the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Some of the surrounding land uses right now, just to the north of the project site, we have the Ritchie Brothers development, which is very similar to the proposed development that we'll be presenting to you tonight. To the west, we have the I-215 freeway. To the east, we have existing legal non-conforming homes. And to the south, we have 2 regional detention basins. And if you notice in the exhibit, they are highlighted in red. Here we have before you a view west from Frontage Road, looking at lots 1 and 2 of the project. It's kind of a panoramic view. This is a view northeast from Frontage Road, looking at lot 3, and further beyond is the Ritchie Brothers development. And this is a site photo, a view east from Frontage Road, looking at lot 3. And this is a street photo view looking southwest to the existing basin, one of the existing basins across Placencia Avenue. So with this project, 2 of the parcels from the project just west of East Frontage Road are already zoned for Business Professional Office, or BPO. The parcel to the east of Frontage Road is zoned for potential basin areas. This parcel is a remnant of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan that resulted from the Placencia Avenue and the I-215 interchange project. And with respect to the eastern parcel, prior to the adoption of the specific plan back in 2012, the eastern parcel was already zoned BPO, okay? So after the adoption of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, the eastern parcel was determined to be suitable for what they call a future regional basin. and was zoned as potential basin area. So in April of 2022, the RCTC and the Riverside County Flood Control deemed the use of this parcel to be unnecessary because the regional basins were constructed just to the south, which is the ones that I highlighted earlier, with the Placencia Avenue interchange construction widening. So since the eastern parcel is not needed for a basin, the PBC specific plan allows for potential basins to be converted to the surrounding land use. And in this case, the eastern parcel would be reverted back to BPO zone. For further content, as mentioned a little earlier, on May 27th of this year, we had an ad hoc committee meeting. The applicant requested this meeting, and as a result, the following feedback was provided. Enhance the landscape to create a more prominent corner statement at the intersection of Frontage Road and Placencia Avenue. Offsetting the 14-foot high wall along the western property lines of lots 1 and 2 to allow a 5-foot landscape setback. Provide planters for trees along the eastern property lines of lot 3 shared with the existing single-family residences. Provide cross-sections along Frontage Road and Walnut Street. Provide street view color renderings. Incorporate gray tones around windows and alternative color options in place of corporate colors. And articulate building elevations to ensure that there's no monolithic wall surface areas being predominant. With this project, there is a couple of amendments. The proposed amendment, one of the proposed amendments is to rezone the 9.6 acres from potential basin back to business professional office, to modify the circulation plan to remove the segment of Walnut Street, and the modification of the definition for large equipment to include the proposed sales and rental of large equipment and vehicles. Here we have before you the site plan of the project. It's comprised of 3 parcels. Lot 1 is 5 acres, which proposes a 25,750 square foot building used for heavy equipment retail. There will be full access for employee vehicles in a segregated parking lot from a southern driveway where they can have full access and full articulation when leaving and entering the site. And a northern driveway for trucks to have full access as well from the northern driveway. And in addition, their respected trash enclosure. The other lot is known as Lot 2, which is comprised of 10.3 acres and is proposing only a 14,139 square foot building used for heavy equipment, retail, and sales. Again, it would have its own segregated parking lot for employees and for truck access. The employee vehicle access is along a northern driveway, and the truck access is from the southern driveway. The other parcel is designated as Lot 3. Oh, and its respected trash enclosure, sorry. Lot 3 is 9.6 acres. Which will be used mainly for parking for outdoor storage of trailers for sale and rental, and full access of trucks will be via a driveway in the center of the parcel. Here we have before you the wall and fence plan. The heavy blue line that you see outlining each parcel is a 14-foot high screen wall. As requested as part of the development standards of the PVCC specific plan. The red lining that you see is 8-foot high metal decorative iron fence, and the thick yellow line is an 8-foot high metal gate with a Knox box for vehicles and trucks to enter and exit the site. With respect to the specific plan and zoning code compliance, they are all met for Lot 1 and Building 1. With respect to Lot 2 and Building 2, they are all met, except for a deficiency of 6 parking spaces for Building 2. The applicant has been conditioned to work with staff to incorporate those 6 spaces into the employee parking lot area for Lot 2. With respect to Lot 3, they are all met. No further analysis on the development standards as no building is being proposed. With respect to landscaping, the percentage is met at 15% with drought-tolerant landscaping. Further enhanced landscaping was provided. This was per the ad hoc committee meeting. The corner of Frontage and Placencia was enhanced. In addition, cross-sections were provided for Frontage Road and Walnut Avenue to ensure to the committee that proper berming would be taking place along the 14-foot high wall, in addition with the vegetation. Here we have before you the rendering for Building 1. I believe, Commissioner Menez, you have the material boards, if you don't mind passing those around. As you could see, the building in itself, the architecture is modern in design. Some of the comments that were provided in the ad hoc meeting was the removal of the corporate colors, which the applicant did do. There is further articulation, horizontal and vertical, that was incorporated into the building. Gray tones were incorporated, and gray window glazing was incorporated versus the blue, which was another comment from the ad hoc that the applicant incorporated, which complements the horizontal wood tile. That's the material that is being proposed for this building. And here we have before you the south and east internal views. And this is the rendering elevation for Building 2. Again, utilizing a modern design. Again, further articulation was done horizontally, mainly. Again, gray color tones were incorporated. Gray window glazing was incorporated, as well as the horizontal wood tile. A little more context, community outreach was provided by this applicant. The applicant engaged with the residential neighbors and property owners located to the east of the project site. The applicant indicated that the project was explained in detail and contact information was provided so they could reach out to the applicant with any questions prior to the project approval, during the entitlement process, and even during construction activities. The applicant also indicated that as a result of these meetings, no verbal objections were expressed. With this project, mitigated neg deck was prepared. The M&D was circulated for a 30-day review period. The M&D concludes that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant, or have been reduced to below the significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures. During that review public period, staff received 6 comment letters. One was from Riverside County Flood Control, the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, South Coast Air Quality Management District, Riverside Transit Agency, the Eastern Municipal Water District, and Caltrans. None of the comments raise any additional environmental issues that were not already addressed in the ISMND. Therefore, this evening, staff's recommendation is for the Planning Commission to adopt PC Resolution 2510, adopting MND 2404, and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and approve specific plan amendment 235321, conditional use permit 245125, and development plan review 230022, based on the findings contained in the resolution and subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. In addition, for the record, as Mr. Chairman had illustrated, we have before you a copy of updated engineering conditions of approval. These conditions of approval were drafted just prior to the release of the staff report and the packet. It was an oversight on my end, but if the commission has any questions, they have been highlighted here before you. A copy of the conditions have already been attached as well. Copies have been provided out in the public for anyone to view them. And we have our expert engineer here that can further clarify them if you have any further questions. But I did want to make light of record of that. In addition, I will be passing the mic to the applicant, and the Orbis team will be doing a presentation for the commission as well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
And you helped me out there. And we were going to ask the developer, yes, we have a presentation. Just state your full name for us and spell your last name for us.
Grant Ross, ROSS, with Orbis Real Estate Partners. I'm the managing partner. Appreciate everyone's time tonight. I want to take and acknowledge the time that staff has given this project. Span about 2.5 years in the making. It's been a pleasure to work with each of them. They've provided significant impact in kind of our approach and how we went about the project. The project is called Barker Business Park because we're actually buying the property from Barb Barker from The Price is Right. This is our second transaction with the family. Our first transaction, Bob Barker, the late Bob Barker, was still around. There's plenty of jokes that you can make about, the price being wrong or the price being right about buying real estate. Some of the family members are attending via virtually this afternoon or this evening. All the proceeds that go from this transaction that would close immediately upon, hopefully, approval of the project go toward animal efforts. A good portion of our last project, and I think this project, go to the donkey farm. As you probably remember on The Price is Right, there was always comments from Bob at the end of the show, get your dogs neutered and spayed and, everything else. And I think there's actually an interview with Bob that said, why donkeys? I've never met a donkey that I didn't like. So just want to acknowledge the fun part and the aspect of the project and the prior current owner. The next slide shows what we originally proposed for the project. And I think nope, I do. Okay, got you. As you see here, we propose a total of 500,000 square feet. Based on our interactions with the city staff, it became clear that, the city really valued job creation, sustainable tax revenue, really entertaining the compatible surrounding land uses. We took that into consideration. We ultimately redesigned the project. Obviously, I think the ultimate design of the project lends itself very well to the conversations that were had here about industrial and bigger industrial buildings. So hopefully everyone kind of appreciates the outcome where we ended up. So over here gives you an idea of the project. You saw an aerial before. Ritchie Brothers is directly to the north. I'm personally been in contact with corporate Tim Kander regarding the ongoing use. Our property entitlements allow for text change within the BPO zoning to allow their use to be compatible. So Ritchie Brothers is, I think, in the top 2 or 3 of sales tax generators for the city, for the general fund, to the extent that they wanted to build a building. And I've talked to them numerous times, and there is interest to kind of expand their footprint and do additional things. Or if a fire took place and structures were burnt down more than 51%, their use wouldn't be compatible. So there is a bonus element in terms of our entitlements that with the approval of our project, the Ritchie Brothers use becomes compatible and conforming, and allows them to prosper and continue to grow, and obviously allow a lot of funds to the general fund. As you can see here, this is a project or a view of our northwesterly building. We are fortunate to have 2 users for the project. It is somewhat unique when you talk about industrial business park. You know, it more fits the motto of built and they will come. We took a very proactive approach in terms of finding what we felt like were compatible tenants and users for the property that kind of met and aligned with the city's agenda. Right here is the elevations of that northwest building. Thank you to the ad hoc committee. I think they provided very productive comments. They were very active in terms of that approach. I think as I move through the additional slides, it doesn't do it justice from what we originally submitted. I think city staff made dramatic improvements to the original buildings that were proposed for our specific uses, and then there was a continuation by ad hoc, so we appreciate that. The view that you're looking at right now is on the corner of Placentia and Frontage Roads. This was a topic that was addressed in seeking for some enhanced improvements and giving somewhat of a curb appeal to the project. We took that into consideration. We set back certain components of the project to give more of enhancement to it, and you know what you're seeing in front of you is the end result. What you're seeing right here is a view looking on Frontage Road westerly toward the 215 freeway. This is a view of the parcel on the southwest portion of the property. So that would be the building behind the corner that we just talked about. I want to make clear and point out that both buildings have 0 dock doors. So any doors, you know, that you see on the project relative to loading, those are grade level doors, and it speaks to kind of the use. You know, there's definitions of heavy equipment. Neither user is a Ritchie Brothers, let's say. While it's compatible and I think feeds off that synergy, you're not going to have a police car, you know, following behind it, closing down 2 lanes. I know Commissioner Jimenez kind of pointed out that Ritchie Brothers isn't her favorite tenant at times because of the backup that they generate on their site. As proven out in our M&D study, we actually, you know, have a very minimal impact traffic related. And, you know, there's actually a story that these uses actually bring traffic off the road, locally service the market instead of people going outside the city for their needs. Right now, you see, the view looking from the frontage road, looking toward Ritchie Brothers, heading east. Along in the corner on the right-hand side would be the non-conforming residential. This is another slide of that northerly building. Here's the current view of looking at our project heading southbound on the 215 freeway, looking to your left, east, over to our site. We felt like this was, you know, the logical angle to present today because that will be the most visibility that you'd be looking at our property. Right here is the ultimate outcome of what that view would look like. There was special consideration taken into the screening. As you see, there's a 14-foot wall that surrounds the property, along with it giving proper screening overall to the anticipated materials planned to be stored, leased, and sold ultimately. Right here is an overall site plan. This gives you an idea. When I refer to the northwest building, it's on Lot 1. The southerly building's Lot 2. And you have the easterly lot, Lot 3. The user for Lot 2 will be occupying Lot 3. And so, as you can see, the curb cuts and access to property line up well. Here it gives you a better idea how the property is ultimately accessed. Again, it's not anticipated to have, you know, massive, you know, truck traffic generated at the property. On the north, takes into consideration where the trucks will access. To the south is where the automobiles will enter. Here, you'll see that the access for employees along with customers will be coming in on the westerly parcel on the northern side, and then you have the aligned curb cut on lot 2 and 3 where trucks will go. I want to point out that, some of the components that were brought up earlier, we do have a 14-foot screen wall. We are providing a combination of 24-inch and 36-inch box trees along Walnut. There is no truck traffic or curb cuts along Walnut, so we feel like that's obviously a benefit to the city. I personally met with every individual owner that abuts Lot 3 to the east, and they had overwhelming support. They are very excited about the screen wall that will be built. It will be an improvement to what they have today, and I was pleased and to work with everyone. It is my company. I take a certain pride in terms of our development, in terms of being active participants within the city. I provided them my cell phone. They can call me at any point from today going forward through the construction of the project and ongoing. What you'll see here, and like I kind of mentioned, the original design for this building improved significantly through city staff's comments. Commissioner Jimenez allowed me the opportunity to push back to the user about their, call it booger orange, I think maybe qualified as a B color. And as you can see, we change the overall tints to the windows, and so I think, thank you to her, it gave us a little leverage with the user, and I think the overall outcome was improved. As you'll see here, there were improvements made for this building. We did do enhancements to the main entrance, and you'll see there in terms of canopy and other items that were recommended. So this gives you an idea of the outreach that took place on the property. Again, this was an effort I personally made to address each owner that surrounds it. As you can see, I've highlighted here, or we collectively highlighted everyone that I met with personally on an individual basis. I provided to staff written notes and names of all the people that I met with in each of those individual meetings. So whether they provided it in city staff's report or not, they certainly were provided for staff and welcome for your view and questions. Overall, a project creates 70 to 100 permanent jobs, 348 construction jobs, which includes union labor. The project, and I will admit this going into it, it has some curb and gutter and there is a street. It's deceiving about how much utilities are required to flush a toilet on that property and ultimately develop. So we are contributing and constructing $11 million worth of off-site infrastructure. I think what that really does is provide the availability of the northerly properties to develop. They would have had to take on a majority of this improvements in order to develop to the north. So I think we will create somewhat of an economic engine for ultimate growth and development to the north of us. The project generates $2 million worth of development fees, which includes schools, transportation, public infrastructure. And I think, where this synergy from Ritchie Brothers kind of picks up and the compatibility and the benefit of the uses that we were able to secure is that the combined benefit generates $175,000 a year to the general fund based on the revenues that they'll be generating. So for these types of uses, we felt it was, it was a big win overall, and we're very excited about the project and appreciate you guys taking this into consideration. We've got our whole consultant team available to address any questions as they come up. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. And at this time, I know any commissioners have any questions, not discussion, but questions for the staff and/or the applicant, now's the time.
Alfredo, can you go back to the slide where you listed all the findings for the ad hoc committee meeting?
Of course, I just need Mr. Everett to load my PowerPoint.
Okay, no worries.
There we go. Thank you, Everett. There we are.
So the second bullet point, offset the 14-foot wall along the westerly property line for lots 1 and 2 to allow a 5-foot landscape setback. That one, I think that's one I requested, but I think there was a misunderstanding. I wanted the landscaping to be on the outside of the property, so that it could be along the freeway, so that it's just not concrete on that side. I don't know if that's something the applicant is willing to do, change the landscaping to the other side, and instead of the bushes that they have proposed, to change that for trees.
Yeah, it was conveyed. There was a response to that. I'll let the applicant expand upon that.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me.
The concerns in terms of addressing that comment was the interference with Caltrans and the concerns of, what that could create in terms of trespassing, damage, dumping, other things that wanted to be mitigated. So that was one of the reasons and one of the comments that we weren't able to address overall.
So it was a safety issue, or?
A safety issue and a preference from Caltrans.
Because I know there's some developments that already do have trees on the outside along the freeway as well. I don't know if, I don't know if those are the issues that they had as well, or.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's also a hazard that people walking on the side. Yeah. Another of the issues was the challenge of maintaining the property in terms of landscaping. Obviously, having a 14-foot wall, to the extent you have any opening in that property, it creates security issues. So maintaining the landscaping created its own challenge. That was another reason why we ultimately, went ahead with this.
Got you. So it won't be feasible.
No, from our perspective, it wasn't. We decided to kind of focus our energies where we thought there was more bang for the buck along, frontage, Walnut,
Okay.
and Placentia.
Yeah, I just wish there was another solution, because it just, I don't know, maybe like, no, I understand you guys' issue, but it's just, I just thought all that concrete, like, just to break it up with some landscaping would be nice. But I understand why you guys couldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, on lot 1, I can consider adding some planters, if you will, with trees, so you could have some coverage coming from the other side. It would be on lot 1, and I think that's where you have the most visibility, so.
So peeking through, like, once they grow.
Exactly.
Yeah, honestly, if you could do that, that'll be better than nothing.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Sorry, I know you're just sitting down, but I have a question for you. Am I allowed to ask who the proposed tenant is?
Yes, I mean, they wanted to keep confidentiality and whatever else, but the northerly user is Pape and the other user is Extralease.
And then, what type of large vehicles and heavy equipment are we considering here?
Yeah, so on the northerly Pape site, it's construction-related or material handling equipment. It's, smaller equipment than what you see at the Ritchie Brothers, but it would be used to service the local community. Both companies have a Southern California footprint. This was a targeted market that they did want to enter and service from a customer base. The other one leases and sells empty trailers along with other related equipment, so related to those services.
And then, so I know that a large part of this is leasing, selling. Is another aspect of this like repair work, or are we expecting more skilled labor?
There is a component of it that is repair. So it's, improving the products, it's dealing with that. Some of the products do come used, some of them are brand new, so that is a large component of that, as well as sales employees.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great question.
I have a question. I don't know if it's for your engineering. Alfredo, when we met, I think the access for big rigs was limiting or restricting left turns in, right? Do you remember?
Yeah, so our initial conditions were all trucks would be coming from Placentia Interchange and making their way north onto frontage and then make their left or right into the blue spots on the screen there, and then go southbound on frontage, get back to the Placentia Interchange. So there is a truck route to the north, and the applicant requested for the full access on these driveways, and that's one of the bullets we have on our engineering conditions that we changed. And yeah, so there's one, the northerly-most, we want to see an engineering study still to see if that's safe to perform that left, because it comes in at a skew. You're looking back, 130 degrees. It's not quite a 90-degree turn. So that's something we're working with the applicant on. But the other one at the southerly-most driveway, engineering felt that that would be acceptable for the full access because frontage is a collector. It's a 2-lane road where, if you have Harley Knox, let's say, or, an arterial roadway, you wouldn't want to make that left turn out. You just have more lanes to cross. So the 2-lane roadway of frontage, we felt acceptable.
And I just want to point out, logically, 95% of the traffic will go south and out to Placentia. Because this is, a service that will be provided, an amenity to the regional or local occupiers, there could be an instance where someone does come from the south. And so, or, Waze takes someone in a different route. To the extent that were to happen, they would be going south along Placentia and potentially doing illegal turns where there's a school. I mean, it really becomes a challenge. So you're really directing traffic to force them going south to go ahead and go turn around. Again, the truck route does allow for, I think it's Morgan, and there's another street that runs parallel to Placentia. Ryder, that gets you over to Indian. Again, the user insisted that that was, allowed so that it wouldn't be illegal and other challenges. It was studied extensively. And again, we all acknowledge that logically, 95% of the traffic is going to go straight down to Placentia and out.
And to add to that too, that driveway at the south where you got the dual driveways, we worked with the applicant to line that up just so it's safer for those left turns in and
I'm
out.
more worried about the northern one because I actually took this road to come here today after leaving work.
Right.
And that's like a blind spot because Walnut coming in, that one exiting, now you're looking for traffic coming at you from every direction, especially a slower truck making that left turn and you're coming from that angle, you may not see them until you're way up close.
So we added that condition that we'll review it when they provide a traffic study and, site distance review with their updated site plan.
Engineering made it very clear that today, this is basically a right turn for the trucks. It's more of a commercial use, so it's not anticipated to be 18-wheelers. Nonetheless, it's a right turn today to the extent we work with Ritchie Brothers collaboratively and find a way that transition could exist and improve dramatically. That potential exists, but unless that does happen, it's acknowledged and accepted that would be a right turn out only.
And we spoke with the applicant too a few weeks ago. Maybe there'd be a way to do an S-curve for that driveway into frontage, so you're at a 90 degree, so you're not looking past your shoulder.
Yeah, no, that one is pretty bad because I drive there.
Right,
almost every
so
day.
what's shown on the screen today may not be the final site plan. That driveway may be adjusted a little bit to have that S-curve to enter at a 90-degree angle.
But we have accepted the fact that it can live and exist today going forward unless we create a suitable situation that hits all the standards the city needs.
Because even coming off of Walnut to make that
Yeah.
left is dangerous. Because now you're recovering with a 14-foot wall when you're trying to make that left, so you can't see a lot.
And that would all be assessed with
Okay.
the engineering study they'll provide.
Okay. And then I'll wait for everybody else to ask questions too.
I think the initial issue was obviously the Riverside flood control. And that's going to have to be a resolution. I'm not going to get detailed, but obviously one of the condition 7E, I don't even know if I want to bring this up, but essentially and maybe our engineer can explain what's currently there, because we had a pre-discussion, but I think it might be beneficial to explain that in that basin, there's a concrete there, and what they're really, Riverside is requesting and what we are proposing here. And ultimately, I want to know what the applicant thinks of that. So if you could explain what I don't know if there's a picture or a diagram of that, but at least Riverside they were pretty adamant, Riverside Control. But maybe you can explain that it will drain into the southern portion that you see in red, but there is a drainage, concrete, whatever they call it, that drains into that. So
Yeah, so, I mean, do you want me to address it? Okay, so our improvements include an 8-foot by 6-foot box culvert running north and south. So that is to capture all the water coming from the north. It does run down the future constructed improvements that we'll be putting in, and then there's a box culvert in Placentia that drains into those improvements. There's some conversations that will be ongoing in terms of future improvements associated with Placentia and whether or not our site doesn't require, from a capacity standpoint, to do a box culvert underneath Placentia above and beyond what exists today. And so I think we're collectively going to talk to Riverside County, engineering. The on-off ramp just got built. Riverside County Flood Control just improved those improvements. To tear up a brand new and shut down a brand new on-off ramp, for some future anticipated use, that's up for conversations, and we're going to continue those conversations to see if the city, along with Riverside County Flood Control, can find some level of comfort. Today, the improvements will be adequate for the improvements that we're going to install that would drain directly to the south.
Yeah, so to add on to that, just to clarify, frontage road, currently there's an 18-inch storm drain pipe. They'd be upgrading that to a 6-foot by 8-foot box to ultimate conditions and redoing the road curb to curb, landscape, sidewalk, street lights. And that portion crossing Placentia that the applicant's talking about, there's a 48-inch line that was constructed 3-4 years ago with the Placentia Interchange project. That's adequate with the project that's presented today to handle their capacity. So what we have in the conditions is they would construct the frontage portion, that 6 by 8 box along frontage, and then we're still working with flood control to see if we could live with that 48-inch box that currently works with their project.
Yeah, the 8-foot by 6-foot box is so massive in terms of what we're constructing for frontage. I think that while we're under construction, I'm going to bring my family, and we're going to be inside of it for our holiday card.
Yeah, I think they spent a lot of money putting Placentia Avenue and doing all those comparisons. Again, obviously when it rains on the southern portion, there's a lake, but that's why they built that. And for that purpose, so that it would drain there. So let's say we're expecting the same thing to happen in the north. It hasn't happened. It's flat property. So you really, you're talking about redoing the street. We're talking about redoing a few other things, I'm assuming, which could be, it's not $100,000, let's put it that way.
No, that's a big ticket item of the $11 million.
So that was just want to clarify, because that was taken off by them. Because it was by them that it was unneeded, because you had the southern portion. So really, when you see water, if you go down that street on Placentia, you see water, literally a water basin there, lake. But that's supposed to drain off to go towards the San Jacinto. I'm assuming that area. So this would just be going into that same basin to fill up on top of what was already there. So anyway, that's the discussion. But I think you added that to this, so that's a thing for future discussion, not necessarily for tonight, but I just want to make sure it's on the record that we understand that was their objections. Well, we have to pay attention. That's another story. But that's something that was there, and they pretty much outlined it pretty specifically. So I just want to make sure we had an understanding that, is what they're sufficient to drain, if it's 18, you say 18 inches? 48 inches, 48.
48 crossing Placentia,
Yeah.
and along frontage is 18 currently, but they'll be replacing that with the 6x8 box on frontage.
Okay. And that's just the box, not going on any repairs to the street or anything of that nature?
Well, the street curb to curb, that would all be repaired as well.
So we actually propose, the condition was one level in terms of repairing, and we actually said and agreed to actually reconstruct the entire street of frontage to enhance above and beyond what originally was suggested in terms of the condition.
Right, a full new section of frontage along their front,
Okay.
along their frontage.
Okay.
You can imagine when you're
Yeah.
buying a property and
Yeah.
Riverside County builds all these improvements, right? And it's not, the pavement's just drying, and then you realize you got to tear up the whole thing because they didn't install improvement that they wanted or new. So I think we're managing everybody's expectations. Certainly we'll be obligated to do it if Riverside County flood and the city and all of us collectively can't come to some agreement, but it is noted and appreciated.
No, it's on the record. That's and the only last thing I think, particularly the residents, non-conforming, I'm assuming, they're going to have a 14-foot wall. That was a proposal on that eastern portion. So at least a 14-foot wall, not just a blank wall, but be similar to the one that would be facing the freeway. So have some color, something to, not just straight white or straight block, or what are we talking about?
Identical to what you see
On
facing
that
the
side.
freeway.
Okay.
And I wish to say that the neighbors were very enthusiastic about the overall project, which they were. The most excitement they had was about that 14-foot wall that we're going to construct, and each of them shared it.
Well, if you look what's there, you'll understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that was it for me.
Going back to your commitment with the trees on lot 1.
Yeah.
Around how many trees can you guys commit to?
Are you talking about inside
7
the gate or
trees.
outside?
What's the
8 trees.
Do you know what the distance is? Yeah, it's gonna be inside the property.
Collective dimension of Lot 1 facing the freeway. Yeah. About 700 feet.
700 feet,
Yeah.
so one every 100 feet.
Yeah.
Can we do like one every 50 feet?
Only because, following along with the Price is Right, we'll
Hey.
agree to it.
And then also, can you commit to 36-inch box trees for those?
Sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
And I did want to ask, I know you were going to find out the height of the equipment, because something we brought up during ad hoc was we don't like to see any big rigs, equipment, things like that, especially when we're coming into the city. So did you find out what the height of those?
Yeah, there is, I didn't find out exact measurements in terms of the type of, or the ultimate equipment, but when you see and you look at Ritchie Brothers, they have,
The cranes and this and that? Yeah.
none of that equipment
Okay.
will be part of it. That's another reason why, in terms of traffic study, traffic flows, that type of equipment requires, additional, and larger trucks that won't be servicing this property. A lot of the equipment comes in on, flatbeds and smaller trucks.
Okay. And I think from one of the elevations, and I think one of the reasons that we were asking for the wall to be pushed in and that landscaping on the outside was so that we could have higher trees, because there was one elevation that you showed where you were looking from the freeway and you could see the dock doors.
Yeah.
And I know that was something that we emphasized too, because we don't, even within the city, we don't like to see.
We'll work with, in
Anything.
terms of the placement of the trees, we'll work directly with the planning department to take that specifically into consideration.
Because even for lot 2, I'm looking at, if you're traveling northbound, all you see is wall. And we also have a very creative population who likes to use canvases anywhere. And that was another reason we kind of wanted a little bit of landscaping on that side as well. Yeah.
We're saying from the freeway?
The rendering on the freeway?
We won't be able to add as many trees, but we'll add a couple trees on the southerly lot and work with planning to ensure that, you know, they're placed at a meaningful, valuable location to provide the screening that you guys are suggesting.
Okay. And for staff, have we had that issue before with Caltrans where they're saying because of the conflicts or anything like that? Because it's facing the freeway. That's what we see coming into our city. Have we had similar issues with Caltrans and other developments?
I don't recall having an issue with another development because we haven't had something like this before.
Okay.
But he is absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's somewhat difficult to work with Caltrans because of, it becomes a liability. And they would need to have additional area to be able to maintain within their property boundaries. So he makes a good point.
Okay.
Okay.
There was one more thing. With the Ritchie brothers, you know, after ad hoc, because I was part of ad hoc, and I drive there every day to get to work, I've seen things a little bit differently because I think my understanding is if this goes through with the conditions of approval, it's giving Ritchie the right, or not the right, the authorization that if anything happens, they're able to rebuild again with the chain link fence and everything continues to be as is. Am I correct?
I don't think so. I think when you develop, you know, an additional structure, you have the ability to condition them, I think within reason, for additional improvement. So, you know, I don't think that it provides, you know, that grandfathered clause that allows them to operate off of 1980 code.
You're correct, yes. So the conditions as they exist now are grandfathered in.
But as soon as they do something,
Any expansion of the use would have to comply with today's standards.
Are essentially saying they're non-conforming?
Yes.
That's the bottom line. That's the term.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have to do both? It's both or nothing kind of thing? Or how does that work?
What do you mean by both?
I guess just to bring some clarity.
Yeah.
And I can kind of talk, we are a small company. We've built and entitled about 15 million square feet with a heavy concentration in the Inland Empire, solely focused in Southern California. Ritchie Brothers is one of the most sought-after tenants. They aren't the prettiest person at the ball, but in terms of the sales tax generating that they provide and it not being a 1 million square foot use on 80 acres, their name frequently comes up when we do much larger scale developments. And I think it's proven out over the 30-plus years that they've occupied that they are historically always in the, call it top 3 in terms of generated into the general fund. I think the way that you're looking at it, I think is slightly different than how it ends up playing out. Today, they're a non-conforming use. That means that they could never provide the screening wall that you want. Now, they have the ability to go and do additional improvements where you then condition and require them to build all the improvements that it lacks today. Without making this text change, status quo, and they really will never have to make that improvement. Is that a fair way to put it?
I understand everything you're saying, but it really is an eyesore. Like, it really is. And I understand all of that, and I understand from, like, that perspective, but I feel like also maybe as such a big revenue, they should have fixed their fencing.
I will,
to
I tell
make
you
sure-
what, I do have constant communication with them.
Yeah.
I will commit to set up a meeting with them, the mayor, and planning staff to talk about their use, their future use, and potential improvements, talking about how they're managing traffic. I will lead and spearhead that and advocate for those changes. And you have my commitment that, you know, in the next month, I'll, you know, commit to making something on the calendar that Ritchie Brothers will be a participant in these discussions, because, I think they are, a national company. I think they want to do what's right. And so I welcome, offering that service to hopefully get some satisfaction here.
But I guess, Patricia, if they were to, let's say, this move forward, they wouldn't be able to request like changing the wall, right, without being put up to the new standards. Even something that small would trigger.
It would depend on what they're proposing to do. I mean,
Okay.
if they are proposing to do an expansion over 25%
Okay.
of the area they have now, it would require them to come back to the planning commission. At that point, yes, it would be fair game to ask them to provide improvements. There's got to be a nexus, though. We can't just ask
Right.
them to give us, a wonderful-looking site fully landscaped with 14-foot-high walls,
Yes.
because there's no nexus. I mean,
Right. And there's no need for it. The type of business that they run doesn't require for
Yeah, I
super
mean,
beautiful
they've been
landscaping.
with the city for a long time
Yes.
under those conditions. So, like I said, if they come to the city with an expansion over 25%, then at that point, it's fair game to ask them for additional improvements to the site. It has to be all proportionate to what they're proposing to do.
So if they were to come and say, we just want to change the fencing or update the fencing, would that trigger having
they-
to do this?
If they want to change the fencing, we would push for a 14-foot-high wall with some landscaping and see how far we can get. But
But if they wanted to today, and they came in and said, we want to build a 14-foot wall, are they allowed to without the text change?
they could, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And even with the text change, I guess my question is, if they want to make a minor edit or facelift like that, would it trigger? Because that's something I understand, being grandfathered in and having those protections, especially when you're a long-standing, commercial part of the city and you're an integral part of the city. It creates a lot of job opportunities. I understand that, but I also understand the need of like, let's give it a facelift a little bit.
If they want to come back and repaint buildings, provide a screen wall, landscaping, they could propose that, and there's nothing against that.
Okay.
And I think, collectively, the city will come up with the ask. I mean, just from my perspective and kind of hearing your comments, the first, improvement that would probably be the most in benefit would be some sort of screen wall along frontage
Landscaping, a little bit
that
of
faces the
landscaping.
freeway.
Yeah.
And that gives the curb appeal that I think, would be
Yeah.
that first component that would give the biggest bang for the buck.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get them out or anything,
Yeah.
or make them like have to redo their whole business plan, just.
Okay, we're
So, my
we don't want
last,
to get into review.
yeah. My last one was that just working with staff, I guess, on the tree placements on the inside so that we don't see the roll-up doors.
We're happy to work with the applicant on that. That's something that we can work with them.
Okay. And my last one, I know we like uplighting and lighting throughout. I don't know if that's something like downlighting from, I'm trying to give, so it doesn't just look like a blank wall. So I don't know. Something to give it, you know what I'm asking, just to break it, from the outside looking in? Because I understand Caltrans. But is there anything that staff can think of or where you've seen anywhere else where we beautify just a long wall?
The lighting
Just
perspective.
state your name for us.
Oh, sorry. My name is Shah Mahoney. I'm the project architect, a licensed architect in California. We have done uplighting to certain jurisdiction. That's not a problem. The problem is that the requirement of the no lighting spur out from our property line. So usually when we do the photometric study, has to be 0 to not disturb the freeway lighting, cause light pollution. So that's challenging.
Okay, so now we have Caltrans and lighting issues. Okay.
Our project does, and the improvements do come with us putting streetlights on both sides of frontage that don't exist today, so hopefully there's some benefit there.
Yeah, some lighting. And then I think my second question was, God, I didn't see if we had uplighting, the corners. Did we do any uplighting or anything like that on those? Do we have the landscape architect?
Yeah.
Yeah, Placentia.
Caltrans right away is on Placentia as well, so there's limitations that we can look into, but Caltrans controls the right of way in front of Placentia, not just the freeway areas.
Okay, so it goes wherever.
Yeah.
And we also have conditions of approval from the airport requiring lighting to be shielded and pointed downward.
I know, but in other places, we've done the little ones that have a little bit of lighting and light. The tree, they don't have to go up. You can angle them to where it's just a little bit of.
Yeah, we can work with the applicant on that.
Yeah, because I understand the airport limitations, but anything we can do to give that corner, it's dark corner.
Well, the airport condition number 1 specifically says outdoor lighting shall be downward facing. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Like you put it on the wall and have it kind of facing that way. Yeah. The little cones, what are they called? Do you know which ones I'm talking? The little skull.
Bollards,
Yes, that have some lighting and they are downward facing.
and they're more like a pedestrian type
Yeah,
lighting, very
Something along those
subdued.
lines that's
Yes.
still, yeah.
Okay, well, if there's no more questions for the applicant at this time,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much. And at this time, we open up for public comment on this item. Anyone in the public wishing to address the commission on this agenda item is welcome to come forward. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Isn't that okay, we close the public comment portion and come back for discussion briefly.
Obviously, my biggest concern with this project was the screening on the 215 freeway. I really would have liked to see the landscaping, but I understand the Caltrans issues. But I do appreciate your willingness to commit 14 36-inch box trees on the northern lot. So I thank you for that. And I also appreciate the fact that you guys reached out to the residents adjacent to your property, and then you guys are helping them out with the wall, because I know those walls are very expensive. So you're helping them out with that cost. So there's a lot of benefits that are coming with this project as well. Hundreds of thousands of dollars with tax revenue, which is super beneficial to the city, and all of the millions of dollars in infrastructure that you guys are providing. So I really appreciate this, you guys coming to the city. And there's a couple kinks I would have changed as far as the landscaping, but everything else is good for me. Thank you.
I thought I was going to have a lot more questions going into this, but I did really appreciate the your presentation, and I appreciate you pointing out, because I wasn't aware, the change in gears from it being a proposed, large-scale warehousing facility and scaling down and turning to a more a project with a much smaller footprint. So I do really appreciate that, and I want to point that out, that thank you for paying attention to the needs of the community and making that change preemptively. I also want to echo, I really appreciate you not only reaching out to the neighboring landowners, but specifying that you spoke with the tenants. I know that that's a concern that we have oftentimes when we have developments come in, particularly industrial developments that take root next to homes. It's oftentimes really difficult to get a concrete answer who was spoken to, and I really appreciate you taking the, charge and ensuring that it was tenants that you were speaking to. I didn't realize how big of a economic power Ritchie Brothers was in the community, and this seems like an exciting opportunity to kind of expand that. I mean, if we have these industries within the cities, within Paris, why not take advantage and, gain economic benefit from, thank you, from, outside, but adjacent development. So thank you. And like I said, you answered all my questions, and I do appreciate you bringing this, and then also Save the Donkeys.
I did have a lot of questions and comments during ad hoc, so thank you for listening. And I know it's not easy to get a corporate location to change their corporate colors, especially when somebody says not nice things about it. So I appreciate it. I hope you said it a lot nicer than I did. I appreciate the additional landscaping that you did. I appreciate the really architecture, elevating that to where it is to the standard of what our city wants, incorporating those colors, and really working with staff and actually asking for an ad hoc. Not a lot of people ask for an ad hoc. Yeah, we wish everybody took advantage of it because it's a good way for us to answer some maybe questions that the applicant may have, just to clarify things. And then, we stand with staff stands with us, we stand with city council, we all stand together. But more than anything, I appreciate you bringing something in that's gonna be also permanent jobs, not just working through an agency where there's no benefits, nothing out there for you. So you're supporting and giving back to the community. Appreciate the burros and really taking care of cats and dogs, because there's cities, I found out, sorry, I'm gonna take this. Paramount, I grew up in Paramount, had spade and neutering services for free for citizens. My cousins live in Southgate. Their cat just had a litter of cats, and they don't have that there. Like, you actually have to pay a bunch of money to get your cats and dogs spayed and neutered. Who knew? I just thought every city did that because we have low cost as well. And so I really like taking care of babies.
Thank you, and thank everyone for patience. I have no other issues. What few questions I have, because most of them were answered. The presentation was excellent. I don't say that about most of them, but it was excellent. It was very thorough. And to change, I think I like particularly the architecture. Jack's not here, so I'll speak for him. I like the Arizona brown. I wouldn't even mind that to be more of that there, particularly on the top. I would love to see that all across, but that's my personal thing. If you do it, fine. I'd love to see it. But it's a different look than what's normal. It's definitely different than warehouses, and I'll be quiet. But it's sufficient to say what else we're going to do with that spot. And that spot's I've been here 35 years. And that spot's been basically nothing for 35 years, And so, you have Caltrans, good luck working with them, right? It takes you 10 years just to talk to somebody, right? But I'm not going to be nice about Caltrans, I'm sorry. But the thing is, being a city employee, I can say a lot of things that they don't know. But one of the things I do appreciate was the presentation. I think, first when I saw it, I said, you're going against Ritchie Brothers? They're right there. What are you crazy? But it's a different operation, totally different. So, assuming too, we want to make sure that Walnut is not become a truck route. So we may have to make sure we have signs on Walnut, because we know Paris better than anybody, because we live here, and we will do things like that. So we want to make sure they don't take advantage of it, because it's there. Like, we see it, it's there, we do it. No. So we want some warnings on Walnut to make sure that they understand. Even though it's not a warehouse where they're coming and going, but still, Walnut is not meant for that. And I thank you that you talked to residents. Some say they did, and we know they didn't, because they show up here. But we appreciate you talking to residents. So with that, I have nothing further to add to it. I appreciate the comments. I think you said it all. And from that point on, I'll read it and we'll move on. This item, specific plan amendment, 23-05321, conditional use permit. I'm sorry, issue permit. Continuation of June 4, 2025 meeting, that's what I meant. Conditional use permit 24-05125, development plan review 23-00022. A proposal to consider the following entitlements related to sales, lease, rental, storage, maintenance of large equipment and vehicles on 3 separate sites totaling 25.9 acres located along frontage road between Walnut Street and Placentia Avenue within the PVCCSP. Specific plan amendment to revert to potential basin area designation to business professional office, remove the designation of remove the segment of Walnut Street west of frontage road from the circulation plan, and modify the definition of large equipment retail to include the proposed use, conditional use permit, to allow the storage and routine maintenance of large equipment and vehicles intended for sale, lease, and rental in a BPO zone of the PVCCSP, and development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. What we're asking us to do is adopt this resolution 2510 and recommend the City Council adopt mitigated negative declaration number 2404 and a mitigation monitoring reporting program, and approve specific plan amendment 23-0531, conditional use permit to 2405-125, and Development Plan Review 23-00022, facilitate the sales, lease, rental, storage, and maintenance of large equipment and vehicles on 3 separate sites totaling 24.9 acres, based on the findings contained in resolutions, subject to conditions of approval and amendments. And I'll try, there was also an amendment to add the 6 parking spaces, and I think, was that engineering condition or COA? Okay, COA to add 6 parking spaces, and I think it was number 19 that you recommended, 19A. So to add 6 spaces to lot 2, or building 2. Not sure where they would go, but that was the idea, to add 6 additional spaces, because right now it's not, it's inconsistent. That was a recommendation from staff, so I'm
Yes, Chair, it's condition 19A
Right.
I.
AI, okay. Don't say AI, please.
I know.
We're gonna hear some voice coming.
Skynet's gonna come.
Jeez. Okay. Also, one every 50 feet. I think you said every 50 feet. 36-inch box trees on the inside, obviously, of the fence, 14-foot high fence. So one every 50 feet is the goal. So we work with staff administratively, and 36 foot or 36 inch, 36 feet, 36.
36 feet is
Well, yeah, box trees along the inner portion of it. And consider uplighting, which is the administrative thing, uplighting that meets the standards of the ALUC. So obviously, whether that's bollards or whether that's whatever they call it, it's not gooseneck, because that would be different, but where it meets the standards that it will not interfere with any airport or any of that thing. I think that's the only 4 that I mentioned, that I caught.
And also building 2. And I think also working just with staff on placement along lot 2, just to block like the screening, the screening of the.
Okay.
Roll
Building 2, okay. Okay, we got that? Okay. Actually, you did good this time. They usually mess it up. Yeah. That might still be something we can put in there. Okay. Do we have a motion on this and to approve or adopt this?
I'll make a motion.
And it's Commissioner Lopez? Yeah, to approve, yeah. Oh, really? You think we'd be this quiet? And second.
Clarify the motion that's on to approve staff's recommendation
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
changes to the
Yeah.
conditions as described.
We're very vocal. We will let you know if we were disapproved. Yeah. A second. Because I was talking. I don't know who seconded.
I'll second the motion.
Commissioner Menez, thank you. Not bad.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 4-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your audience patience. We're going to move on to the next item. It's okay. Take a quick break. Why do I keep going back? Oh, okay. 6C, scoping meeting for environmental impact report associated with tentative parcel 24-0004, TPM 38684, and development plan review 22-0016. A proposal to consider the following entitlements for the construction of a 549,786, but it's not quite 500, it's over 500,000 square feet. Okay. Industrial warehouse building on 25.13 acres, located at the northwest corner of Indian Avenue and Harley Knox Boulevard in the general industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. 1, tentative parcel map to combine 7 parcels totaling 25.13 acres into 1 parcel. And number 2, development plan review to review the site plan and building elevations. First Industrial Realty. The requested action is conduct a public scoping meeting to review, discuss, and provide comments on the potential environmental impacts associated with the project for the preparation of an environmental impact report. any ex parte communication, site visit, and I will ask him when he comes in, or site visits.
I think I was in that ad hoc. I was trying to look at my
Oh,
calendar.
ad hoc
remember.
too.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I do a lot of ad hocs, and I'm pretty sure. So I'd rather ex parte that I
Yes,
did than forget.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him. Either way, we're gonna ask him one way, even have to stop it. So I drove by that. I remember what was there before, so I know what was there. And so I won't even go there. But and oh, did you have any ex parte communication ad hoc committee, Mr. Isaac, or?
This is for the scoping meeting? No, I have none.
Okay. And Mr. Evans, thank you for your patience, sir.
Yes, Chair Hammond, thank you for that introduction. Matthew Evans, project planner. This is the first industrial logistics at Harley Knox and Indian project. Again, this is the EIR scoping meeting. The purpose of the scoping meeting is to provide project information on the proposed development plan review for the first industrial logistics at Harley Knox and Indian Avenue project. It's also to allow the Planning Commission, interested persons, organizations, and agencies the opportunity to comment on the preliminary assessment of the environmental issues that must be addressed in the project-specific environmental impact report. And again, this is just a scoping meeting, so there's no action required or requested from the Planning Commission at this time. So here you have the vicinity of the project. Just wanted to point out that in the exhibits in the staff report, I think we over-exaggerated that yellow line onto the adjacent property, but it's just these three main big properties that you see here. So just for clarification, project site is 25 acres. Surrounding uses are to the north, you have industrial, which is within the city of Moreno Valley. South, you have industrial. To the east, you also have industrial, and to the west, you have a vacant piece of property. There we go. So zoning, the property is within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. It is zoned general commercial. And then the ALUC compatibility, the project site is located within compatibility zones A, B1, B2, and C1. As you can see, the site is kind of surrounded by all of those different zone designations. The density allowances within those zone designations allow for an industrial project of this nature. As you can see, it's kind of surrounded by those same uses. The northwest corner of the project site, which I'll show you on the site plan, is located within the accident potential crash zone 1. And again, we'll show that to you on the site plan so you can see right where that is. So site photos, we have a north view, a south view, east view, and a west view onto that site plan. So as you can see on that northwest corner there, that's the only portion of the project site that is within that crash potential zone. That area is included in the overall landscaping for the project site. Again, the industrial building area is 549,786 square feet. The warehouse portion of 539,786 square feet. Office on the first floor, 5,000 square feet. Second floor office, 5,000 square feet. 94 dock doors on the north side of the building. Truck access and circulation. So if you go back to the site plan, as you can see, the truck access is completely separated from vehicular access. Truck access is off of Indian Avenue and Harley Knox, whereas vehicular access is off of both Indian and Harley, but they're separated. That driveway that you see to the north, or to the northwest side, and the west side is that's a fire access lane, so that's not where trucks travel in and out of the project site from. So truck travel will access the site from the I-215 freeway on Harley Knox Boulevard, again up Indian Avenue and into the project site. Ingress and egress are the same driveway. Building elevations, here you have the conceptual elevations for the building. You have the west elevation and east elevation off of Indian Avenue. The north elevations, south elevations. I will, just wanted to comment on this. Not all scoping projects have renderings usually, but the applicant in this case was quite ahead of the game and provided those anyway. So because of that, we presented them. It's not common in a scoping meeting, but they provided them. So here they are. You have the daytime rendering and the nighttime rendering, and these are southeast views. This would be from Harley Knox, looking to the southeast. Landscape plan, you have, let's see, 16.8% landscaping total. That includes that area that's within the crash potential zone as well. And so that concludes my portion of the introduction of the project. I'd like to turn it over to the applicant's consultant, Monica Tobias with Albert Webb and Associates. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Monica Tobias, and I'm here with Cheryl Degano. We're both here from Webb. We're the environmental consultants for this project. Also with me today is Paul LeBay. He's from First Industrial Realty. I'm here this evening to lead the scoping session for the Environmental Impact Report, or the EIR, for the proposed project. I will start with an overview of the environmental review process. I will also touch on some of the environmental issues that we have already looked at and the environmental issues that will be addressed in the forthcoming EIR. And then open it up to hear your thoughts on the environmental issues to be addressed in the forthcoming EIR. I just wanted to note that today's scoping session is a public that although today's scoping session is a public meeting, no action will be taken regarding the proposed project. As the scoping meeting today the purpose is not to discuss the merit of the project, but to encourage the public participation in order to solicit input and gather public comments regarding the environmental issues to be addressed in the EIR. In California, we have a state law called the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Most of you are very familiar with that. For those that are not, CEQA requires public agencies like the City of Paris to inform both decision makers and the public about the potential environmental impacts of proposed projects. CEQA also requires the agencies to identify, disclose, and where possible, reduce those impacts. So how does this process work? It begins with the initial study, which reviews various environmental issues to assess whether a project would result in no impact, a less than significant impact, a less than significant impact with mitigation, or a potential significant impact. If the initial study identified environmental issues that would potentially have significant impact, those environmental issues would then be analyzed in greater detail in an EIR. The lead agency would then prepare the notice of preparation to inform responsible agencies and the public that an EIR will be prepared. The NOP, or the notice of preparation, also provides the location of the initial study prepared. It solicits public input, invites the public to a scoping meeting, and provides the dates of the NOP's 30-day public review period. For this project, an initial study was prepared, and it was determined that the project could have potential significant impacts. Accordingly, the NOP was prepared. The NOP common period for this project is from May 30th through June 30th. This is an overview of the EIR process. The NOP stage includes the preparation of the initial study and the notice. As I mentioned earlier, the initial study prepared for this project identified that the project may have potential significant impacts. The NOP prepared for this project was published in the Paris Progress. posted on the city's website, and mailed to nearby property owners and local agencies. The step we are in now is the scoping meeting. The scoping meeting today is to provide an opportunity for responsible agencies and the public, so you guys here today, to comment on the environmental issues to be further analyzed in the forthcoming EIR. The comments that are made today and written comments that are received during the NOP review process would be incorporated and addressed in the EIR. The purpose of the EIR is, again, to disclose impacts and identify ways to avoid or reduce those impacts so the decision makers have a comprehensive document to use as part of their decision-making process. Once the EIR is complete, a second notice is sent, the notice of availability, or known as the NOA. The NOA signals the EIR is available for review and solicits further public comment. The NOA review period is 45 days, and during this time, the public is again encouraged to participate and provide input on the analysis within the EIR. Once the public review period closes, responses to all comments received during that time would be prepared for the inclusion of the final EIR that would be presented to the decision makers. The final EIR consists of the draft EIR, the response to comments, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Once final EIR is completed, the public would have time to review the final EIR. The final EIR and the proposed entitlement actions would be considered following a public hearing before the Planning Commission. The public hearing is another opportunity to provide public comments. Following the public hearing, the Planning Commission could then take action on the EIR and the project. As a result of the initial study prepared for this project, it was determined that 13 environmental issues such as aesthetics, biological resources, and cultural resources, among others, do not require further analysis. This means that the project's impacts in these areas were found to result in either no impact, a less than significant impact, or a less than significant impact with mitigation. Accordingly, these environmental issues presented here would not be further analyzed in the forthcoming EIR. The initial study determined that, initial study determined that 7 issue areas may have the potential for significant impacts, and these issue areas would be further analyzed in the forthcoming EIR. These issue areas include agriculture and forestry, air quality, energy, greenhouse gas, emissions, land use planning, noise, and transportation. Other environmental issues that will also be addressed in the EIR includes the cumulative impact analysis and alternatives. The cumulative impact analysis takes into account the effects of other developments in the city along with those of the project. The alternative analysis reviews a range of feasible alternatives for their ability to reduce any project-specific impacts that are identified in the EIR. So that concludes my presentation. We are soliciting comments, so if you have not already done so and would like to fill out a speaker card, this is a good opportunity. Please note that if you prefer to mail or email or hand deliver your comment, you could do so as well, and you can send that to Matthew. His contact information is right up there. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I can assure you, if we have any comments, we're going to make them now. Okay. The staff have anything else? Mr. Brown? Okay. Okay, go for it.
Thank you for your presentation. I had a quick question. You had a slide on there that said environmental issues that will not be analyzed. Can you just explain why they won't be analyzed on this project or in the EIR?
D is correct. Okay, great. So these right here, we go through initial study process to look at all potential impacts, not just these, but several of them, including the ones that are listed here. And through the analysis that we reviewed, we determined that these particular impacts did not have a significant impact, which means that there was either no impact, or if there was an impact, that then they could be mitigated. Some of these do have mitigation, like, for example, the cultural resources requires mitigation in the event of archaeological finds during, like, grading. You know, a lot of them come from the PVC CSP standard mitigations that are, you know, sometimes adjusted for the project. So that was done through the process of the initial study. And the initial study, I believe, it is available on the city's website. I don't have an extra one, but it's available there.
So you guys did look into these issues, but decided that it's not going to be applicable to this project?
We reviewed the impacts of the project, and these impacts were analyzed, and there was no significant impact.
Got you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
I guess maybe we'll just jump right into EIR requests. Just getting ahead of things. In the past, we've had a lot of concerns about cumulative analysis and maybe it not being as thorough as desired. So I just wanted to request that cumulative analysis as far as air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, traffic, noise impacts, and further should include all approved and proposed nearby projects, as has been updated in the PVC CSP. So specifically, in the past, we've had projects using the baseline levels for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, as established in the original PVC CSP EIR. Unfortunately, that's 12, 13 revisions and almost 20 years now down the line. So I would like to request that we are working off of the most up-to-date data available, preferably within the last 1 to 2 years, like I said, as available as possible. And then further, when that data is, when those data sets are determined and we do go through, I suppose I just want it spelled out what data we're going off of, and I want maybe a description. I want it to be described why we're going off of that data, why it does accurately assess and reflect our current conditions, if that makes sense. I just want to be sure we're ironclad, we're going off of the most relevant environmental data and building off of that rather than old, if I didn't ramble too much.
I do apologize.
You seem confused. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that I understand the request.
To put simply, I would like cumulative analysis to be based upon the most relevant and up-to-date environmental data we have available. It, in the past, has been insufficient to go off of, so for our baseline air quality concerns, we've gone off of, old EIR data that has since become really outdated and isn't reflective of the PVC CSP as it stands. So if we can describe where the data is coming from, what we're using, explain why it is reflective of our current conditions, and just be working off of the most up-to-date environmental data as possible.
Okay. So in the cumulative section, to make sure that we use the most up-to-date relevant data.
Yes, and then just describe why we did that, explain, because I recognize, things are in flux, but just explain why we use what we do use.
Okay.
Probably have more. Okay.
Go for it.
I'm jumping around.
Go for it.
I was looking a bit into like the Cal Enviro screen, and I recognize that we are in a lot of different ways a disadvantaged community, and we're also recognized as that. So I would be interested, if it is within my purview, to ask for an environmental justice element to be included in this EIR, a section that would expand on the different impacts that not only how the environment will be impacted, but specifically how that will disproportionately affect our low income and our community of color that does live in that northern region of Paris. I'd like to see a specific section describing that and how these impacts will disproportionately affect those residents, and like in an environmental justice section. And then I have more, but my handwriting is absolutely horrible. So if somebody wants to go while I decipher, or if you have questions as well.
I think my request, I know that aesthetics was not considered. Initially, I would like to consider aesthetics of the proposed, as well as the alternatives, again, of no building, 2 smaller buildings, maybe even 3 buildings. Also, when looking at traffic and transportation, I saw listed it was going to be surrounding streets. There's no specificity of what those surrounding streets mean. Would it be applicable to also request that we look at the impact not just of surrounding streets, but also the on-ramp and off-ramp of Hartley Knox and the 215? As far as transportation, I'm also thinking public services, response times, and possible responses to this type of building versus 2 buildings. It could be fire, it could be police activity. And also, yes, the cumulative impact of what is proposed up to now, and also a smaller building. I think when we look at alternatives, I just want to be clear on what those alternatives are. Not just reasonable alternatives, but I want to clarify what they are. So I would like to see a smaller building. I would like to see 2 buildings, 3 smaller buildings. And I saw that you did have the no development there as well. So looking at those alternatives and the impacts of all these things within them. And I'll give you a chance.
You beat me on the alternatives. I was going to ask for it to be broken up into a couple different buildings as an alternative, and then a drastically reduced size of building alternative. I'm not sure. I'm going to, I guess, pose this as a question. I do know the north side of Paris has a lot of flooding issues, and I just wanted to be sure that that is also addressed, like the possibility of worsening that, or an analysis of like pollution possibly in that runoff. I'm not sure how applicable that is to this project, but just considering that that area is really prone to flooding, I just thought it might be worth mentioning. And then, like I said, you beat me to the alternatives. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I told you we're going to have some issues. I think what you laid out, what you plan to do, look at laying out those particular ones from agricultural law. I'm not sure agriculture has any impact here, but cumulative thing too. Now, obviously, the general plan, which was done about 2005, when I was here, none of them were, but 2005. I don't know what originally was zoned as. Was it originally zoned general industrial? Was it originally zoned light industrial? And that's something that only planning would know. But if it's always been general. I know the building that was there before, and they weren't selling dolls. Okay. It was dilapidated. It was structured. It was becoming an eyesore. It was a broken window theory. And I really had to lay on certain planners that you need to do something about that building, and I made it public. So they finally got that torn down, but it was a real mess. But again, that's why I go back to also biological soil things, because we don't know what went in the soil. We don't know what was prepared there. I don't know how you can not include that when there was a building there prior doing things. Okay, and being very nice. It's very nice. So we're not sure about that part. Also, we unfortunately went on a trip to UMWD, so we look at all the stuff that comes from industrial. Now we're asking questions about where the water runoff. So I'm not quick to say that I'm just going to release that one. Okay. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe we need to look at the ground, especially ground and geology, soil. You know, we can't just take it for granted that we're just going to say there's nothing there. I think that should be studied. If there's nothing there, so be it. But geology and soil thing in this area, I think we might need to take a look at that. It may become mitigated. It may be absolutely nothing, but I don't think we could skip over that one. Transportation to me is the number one, obviously. The egress, ingress, you know, your cumulative impact is going to, part of that is transportation, because now, in 2005, you had no warehouses, okay? There was the Lowe's and the Ross down the street, and that was pretty much it, you know, and it was blank walls, and they put squares up there. I know how stupid that was, but I wasn't here. They put some squares on there so it wouldn't be white blank walls. That's how ridiculous it was back then. But they were just happy to get it. You know, things we would never accept today, they accepted back then. That's fine. But the thing is, that was the two, but there's a lot since then. So the cumulative impact, it should be, and she says, current. So you can't go back to 2005, 2012. It's not the same as it is now. So it may be insignificant, it may be mitigated through, but we don't know, because on that street, there's a lot of industrial. There's a lot of industrial in that area, and that cumulative impact based on what study? Maybe Mr. Brown can answer that. But recent current studies or something that's done in the last 2 years, or we're just saying that or are we just saying it can be mitigated through X, Y, Z? So those things, I think, and this is for the benefit of the public, not so much just the commission, but you know, when we keep talking about the cumulative impact, you didn't have these 10 years ago. But now you have a lot since 2017. There's a tremendous amount in that area. So it's really kind of hard to go on past information. It's like transportation. I mean, the Harley Knox intersection. Yeah. It's a nightmare, and you're adding to that. So like you said, it may not necessarily be at this site, but the cumulative impact of that intersection, which may take 5 to 10 years to improve. So 10. Thank you, Caltrans, 20. But the idea is until that gets redone, because there's a backlog there, and we're going to add to that cumulative. So what impact is going to have on that interchange, and it's not that far from that interchange. So I'm just saying generic questions. There may be mitigation factors that could be done, a lot of things, but again, to be at least fair to the public, we probably need to look at those areas and really pay attention. I'm not so concerned with noise, because there's all noise in that area, but transportation is specifically, and emissions is going to be a major issue because trucks coming in and out, we've got a lot of them. And it's concerned it is, you know, if you drive that way, I drive in that area a lot. It's really massive, you know, and they're not even close to being finished doing it. So, and that I'm glad that that location is proposing something in that location, because what was there before was not something acceptable. But and I'm probably the only person here, except for staff, that knows what was there. But essentially, enough to say that, enough to say that if we're going to do anything, we need to look at the effects overall, you know, and air quality being one of them. So I think you covered the ground. I think geology and soil and looking at the cumulative impacts, recent figures, what might make a better impact, and that might be something. So we're just asking us to give input. We're giving input. As ones who see it more than any public sees it, we see these things coming. I've seen so many that I can't even count how many EIRs are coming in 23 years. Can you imagine how many EIRs and sequels I've seen come before me? So I could be here for 6 hours talking about how many. But the idea is that we're used to the process. It's just that now it just means more because there's more emissions. There's more things going on now. So we're going to be a little bit more difficult, you know, about just letting stuff pass. Any other questions? I might have sparked a few more figures.
No, when you were saying that, I was also thinking about the energy being pulled. I know we've had a lot of power shutdowns and those things, so that impact, and I'm glad you put that in here, but I did want to also emphasize and look at the impact of the energy resources to the community with a development that requires these different options, like this much energy would be required for what's proposed, this one for maybe 2 or 3 buildings, hours of operation, things like that. As well, when we're looking at energy, the impact to surrounding areas and the grid, because I know that's been a big impact in our community lately. So that one, air quality as well, I think, not just in that area, but also when we are doing that on-ramp, off-ramp, that 215-60 interchange, which all of us get stuck on. So I think transportation there, air quality in that area, greenhouse emissions that follow and track, not just at the location, but really the surrounding areas and the bigger picture impact with the community and places like that.
Engineering question. Where would the discharge water go into? Are there pipes on Harley Knox, or where would this be discharged into? Not the one that's to the north, but it wouldn't necessarily drain into that towards Moreno Valley.
So currently, their plan shows the on-site would be draining directly into the northern channel that
The one that
runs
faces.
along the north that separates Moreno Valley and Paris.
Okay. So let's all go to Moreno Valley. Good. Just kidding. Just kidding. I didn't say that, did I? Okay. Just, yeah, because that makes sense that it would go there. Okay. Anything else, guys? Okay. We're good. I hopefully got it quite a bit there. Mr. Brown, I know he's taking notes. Okay. Oh, where? Oh, yeah, I just wanted for discussion. Yeah, just discussion. Questions. Okay, that's questions of staff. Yeah, we know we're going to have public comment, but we want to make sure there are any questions for staff or questions for the, that's it. At this point, we go to public comment. I'm getting there. Any public comment? You're welcome to come to the dais on this particular issue.
I do have
Okay.
David Alcala Jr.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, council
Patience.
members, planning staff, and fellow residents. I'm assuming some of you are residents, I hope. All? Okay, thank you. So as mentioned, my name is David Alcala Jr. I've been a resident here of Paris since 2009. I currently work as an engineer, design and manufacturing engineer at Triad Magnetics, which is actually located directly across from the proposed First Industrial Logistics Project at the corner of Harley Knox and Indian. And, you know, although I agree that commercial buildings can bring about good employment, opportunities for us locals, more recently it seems that some developers aren't really taking other aspects of our community into consideration, as many of you, have brought up. So I come before you today, not just as a representative of the company, but as someone who's watched the city evolve. Unfortunately, too often at the expense of our infrastructure and the quality of our life. This project is proposed currently is going to, as mentioned, it's going to intensify traffic congestion, worsen safety risks at an already dangerous intersection, and it'll also add to the environmental burdens such as air pollution and noise, as mentioned earlier. The Oleander Bridge is also a known bottleneck, and trucks at this intersection of Harley Knox and Indian often create dangerous congestion. So as you know, if you're ever making a left turn on onto Indian from Harley Knox, it's always backed up by Waste Management, by Amazon, KLM trucks, various trucks. In the time that I've worked there, 5 years at that company, I've been witness to at least 3 accidents because of the dips, so the canals are of concern. I know that we've put signs now on the dips there but it's, it's still, it's even been fatal, so something to note. Under both the National Environmental Policy Act and, as mentioned by Monica, the California Environmental Quality Act, full environmental impact report, the EIR, is not only appropriate, but I believe it's necessary. The project significantly increases the vehicle miles traveled, which under SB 743 contradicts the state climate goals. It also fails to incorporate public amenities or green space, despite the enormous footprint of, I believe it's 549,000 square feet, 549,000, something like that. So as such, we're asking on behalf of the company and myself, as a resident, to the developer, to please revise the proposed street improvement page 9 on the architectural and site plan. Please also consider other projects as mentioned by the council members for the land use.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You do get to respond in writing to Mr. Evans. Yeah. Mhm. Thank you very much. There's no vote on this. There's no action to be taken. So thank you very much.
Two more items, right?
We're going to try. Okay.
Yes, close public comment.
Yeah, I did. I thought I did. Okay. Sylvia, you need coffee? No, I'm just kidding. No, you did a great job. I know. Okay, thank you very much. Moving right on. And thank you for your patience too, guys. Item 6D, Major Wireless Telecommunication Facilities Permit 24-0170. Proposal to construct a 30-foot high stealth wireless telecommunication facility designed as a water tower placed centrally on a vacant 20-acre undeveloped hillside, generally located at the southeast quadrant of Getz Road and Sotelo Drive in the R20,000 single-family residential zone. Requested action is adopt Resolution 2511, finding the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines pursuant to Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures, and approving major wireless telecommunication facilities permit 24-05170 based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval. Any ad hoc committee meetings, ex parte communication, and or site visits or disclosures.
I have none.
None here.
Okay. Site visit area, yes. Actually, I was sitting on the Menifee side, which is disgraceful. I know. But I did. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and city staff. Thank you, Chair Hammond, for that project introduction. The project site is generally located on the southeast quadrant of Getz Road and Sotelo Drive on a 20-acre undeveloped hillside. Access to the site is from the northern side via a dirt road known as Daggett Creek Path, which connects to Getz Road. The general plan and land use designation are R20,000 single-family residential. Surrounding zones include R20,000 single-family residential to the north, south, and west, and residential development in the city of Menifee to the east, approximately 700 feet away, which is equivalent to roughly 2 football fields. This is a picture from Getz Road looking south towards the hillside. The overall site plan depicts the proposed stealth wireless tower facility, which will stand 30 feet high. It will be situated in the center of the 20-acre hillside, approximately 400 feet from the north property line, 700 feet from the east property line, and 385 feet from both the south and west property lines. Getz Road is located about 650 feet north of the water tower. There's an equipment lease area associated with the project. which will be located 92 feet east of the water tower. As shown on the antenna layout plan, the water tower will contain 3 sectors, containing 4 antennas per sector for a total of 12 antennas. The antennas will vary in size, measuring approximately 31 inches and 72 inches tall. Additionally, 9 radio remote units will be mounted on the backside of the antennas. The antennas and radio remote units will be housed within the tower and will not be visible from public view. The tower has a diameter of 16 feet and will be constructed of radio frequency transparent fiberglass, which is designed to resemble faux wood panels and painted dark brown. This material will allow radio frequencies to pass through the structure effectively. The antennas will be installed at a height of 25 feet, measured from center. The base of the tower features a steel lattice structure design to support the faux water tower. A ladder offers maintenance access for the Verizon technician to reach the antennas and radio remote units. The project also includes a 308 square foot equipment enclosure, which will be enclosed by an 8-foot high split face block wall, topped with a chain link security lid. The enclosure will house 3 cabinets supporting cables and utilities. This is a photo simulation. It shows the south view from Getz Road. The left side depicts the current hillside, and the right side shows the hillside with the proposed tower facility. This photo simulation illustrates the southwest view from the residence northeast of the project site. The left side shows the current hillside, while the right side depicts the hillside with the proposed water tower. And this photo simulation illustrates the west view from the access road, Daggett Creek Path. The left side depicts the current hillside, while the right side shows the hillside with the proposed tower. This table outlines the project's compliance with the General Plan and Zoning Code development standards. Since the proposed wireless facility will be within 500 feet of residential zone properties, the applicant is requesting an exception for this requirement, and findings in support have been made as follows. Number 1, the facility qualifies as a personal wireless facility under federal law, providing essential commercial mobile services. Number 2, propagation maps indicate a significant coverage in the area. And number 3, the facility will improve service reliability, particularly for residents and businesses north and east of Getz Road. Lastly, number 4, other potential sites are unsuitable. Compliance with the 500-foot requirement would hinder adequate service. The facility is vital for meeting service demands and enhancing community connectivity. In this exhibit, the proposed water tower is indicated by the star, while the equipment enclosure is represented by the rectangle. The equipment enclosure is situated 594 feet from the east property line. The tower is located approximately 386 feet from the west property line and 714 feet from the east property line. To give you a clearer idea of the distance from the proposed tower to the residences, it is roughly equivalent to the length of 2 football fields. This project is categorically exempt from CEQA per Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures. Staff recommends adoption of Resolution 2511, finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA and approving Major Wireless Telecommunications Facilities Permit 24-05170, based on the findings contained in the resolution and subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lupita. Appreciate it. And the applicant is welcome to come up forward and they have a presentation. Just state your full name for us and spell your last name.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate the time. Long night for everyone. My name is Veronica Arvizu. That's spelled A-R. V as in Victor, I-Z-U. I work for SmartLink, representing Verizon Wireless. I don't have a presentation to present. I think Lupita did an amazing job, and I appreciate all of staff's time. I did read through the conditions of approval. Verizon Legal has also reviewed them and has approved and accepted all of them. So unless you have any other questions for me, I can answer. I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much, staff. Commission.
Thank you, Lupita, for the presentation. Can you go back and explain the property lines and the distance? I think there was one that was 385 feet, but that one's going west, right? Or 386? So the 386 is aiming
Yeah, it's
west?
going to the west property line.
But
which
there's
is
no structures over there, right?
Correct. It's just a hillside. There's no homes, no structures, just hillside.
Okay, so but it's just it's property that's undeveloped.
Correct.
Got you. And then 594 going to the residents. So that's beyond the 500. It's exceeding the 500 limit.
Yeah, the 594 is from the equipment enclosure to the east property line.
Okay, and that's
And-
the residential's. Okay.
Yes. And then from the tower to the east property line, it's 714 feet.
Okay, perfect. So I saw that you guys got on May 19th. You guys got a letter from the city of Menifee requesting more information on the project. Was there a follow-up and any concerns with that after you received that email?
No, they were just requesting a copy of the plans. So I did send them the copy of the plans, and then they just replied, thank you. And I didn't receive any additional questions or inquiries.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
My questions are very aesthetical. How did we come up with the dimensions for the water tower? The height,
So the height limit in the residential zone is 35 feet. In order to propagate properly, we did the very minimal to get the coverage that we were requiring. So that
Okay.
was at the 30-foot level.
Okay.
We could go higher if you want. But yeah, the 30-foot was the minimum.
Okay. Yeah, because it irks me when things are not correctly sized. It looks weird. And then second question, I saw that there was like just chain link around it in the thing that came up here. Like there seems to just be, it's surrounded by chain link here.
Oh, that's just an example of a existing site somewhere else in
Okay.
another city. Our proposal is with a CMU wall, an 8-foot CMU wall around it. The actual water tank itself is just a freestanding water tank. There's
Okay.
no fencing around that. But the
Okay.
equipment enclosure is split face wall and with a chain link topper just for security.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was not a fan.
No.
Chain link around it. I think that was it for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one question, and this is more for our attorney too. We're saying it's inconsistent, but are we asking for a variance, or we're just putting in there that it might, if we approved it, exception? So
There's additional required findings for the exception because the site is in a residentially zoned area. There are additional findings that need to be made under our wireless ordinance, and those findings are contained in the proposed resolution. They're under Chapter 19.85 of the Municipal Code. And our planner, Ms. Garcia, went over them, but we can go over them again if you'd like.
well, I guess is the term variance or just an exception? So when we say variance, it's
Not a variance in the
Okay.
traditional sense. We're operating under our wireless ordinance, and so the term used in the ordinance is an exception. And an exception is required in various circumstances. In this case, it's because it's in a residentially zoned
Okay.
area. And so it requires additional findings to be made, which staff's recommendation is that those are met, and that's why they're recommending approval.
Okay. Yes, wanted to clarify the difference because you hear the term variance all the time, variance. This is standard, we're going to do away from it, but it's the exception, okay. Okay, but that's based on our rules, not because the guidelines, because it's supposed to, is it 700? Well, we said 500 feet, right? 500. Yeah, okay. And that's because of the building, not so much the tower, because the tower is 700.
Well, there's two different criteria for requiring an exception. One is if you're within 500 feet of an existing residential structure. Another is if you're in a residential zone or within 500 feet of a residential zone. In this case, it is in a residential zone.
Yeah.
It's, even though it's an undeveloped hillside, it's a residential R20,000 zone. So it requires the exception regardless of the fact that there's no structure within 500 feet.
Okay. Okay. And I guess if they were going to do maintenance, they would do it from Daggett Road to the Daggett Road in the city of Paris, or that's City of Menifee?
It is the city of Paris, and that is correct. We would be traveling across Daggett Road.
Oh, I didn't know Daggett Road was. Well, that's by you guys over there. I have no idea. Yeah.
If you drive too fast, you'll miss it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. As far as Menifee and built houses over there, the way they're building over there. But anyway, let me be quiet. Good neighbor. I'll be a good neighbor today. Very good neighbor today. Okay. Essentially, that was it. I looked at the. It looks like that's the material. The brown would be the. Yeah. So it's kind of nondescript. It's not going to be a white tower standing out there.
Correct. We're trying to blend it into the hillside.
Somebody's crazy enough they want to get up on, climb up a tower and do graffiti. Good luck. Okay. It's
And that's
35
why we
feet
have
up.
conditions.
Yeah, there's some crazy people. Don't be surprised, But yeah, well, we hope they win. But anyway, that's not your, But it's kind of a service here. Last question. It's meant to serve the area. How far north, or is there a radius that this was
It's
proposed?
about a half-mile radius surrounding the entire portion. Yeah, there's a propagation map that you can see on the screen. That's without and that's with. So it's filling in the gap mostly to the northeast. So the residential new communities in Menifee, 55 plus, community there. So everybody needs cell phones. So that's where we're trying to get. And then also pick up the drop calls off of Getz Road. So once you enter through Getz, when you turn that corner, sometimes you drop.
Anything that benefits our residents. No, okay. I appreciate it. I didn't understand, but yeah, so that might cover me because I'm, I don't know, way up to Nuevo Road. I don't know if it would be that far.
Yes,
On
I
the
believe so.
West Nuevo by.
Looks like Ethernet is even helped in the propagations. So it's like increasing capacity there
Okay.
off Ethernet.
Okay. That was it for me, unless you.
Just a really quick question. So this is just Verizon coverage, right?
Correct. Yes.
I feel silly for switching. Okay,
You can always
that was
switch
it.
back.
I don't know about that. My bills. It's rough. But that's it. That's all. That was my only question.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then, no, then we'd have to excuse you if you didn't. Okay. At this time, if there's any public comment on this particular item, they're welcome to come forward. Didn't think so. Not seeing any public comment, we close the public comment portion. Move to any discussion on the part. Okay. Okay. Looks like it stands as it is. So let me see. I just like to do this anyway. Sorry. This item is a major wireless telecommunication facilities permit, 24-05170, and a proposal to construct a 30-foot high stealth wire. I thought it was 35. Is it 30? It is 30. Oh, 30-foot high. So
The facility is 30 feet. The limit in the zone for
It's
height is
35.
35 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, can I ask, did staff look at that difference and the impact of the 5 feet?
We did not, the applicant did, right?
I think she was trying to knock out to the max
Yeah,
to be
we
polite.
processed the application based on what was provided, and since it complied with the allowable height in that zone, we
Okay.
had no objections to the height.
Okay.
So I could ask for 30.
You do-
I just don't like when things don't look the right size. Can I tell you? The clock tower at the Villages of Avalon, when it first had that small little clock face instead of the big one, like things need to look proportionate. So if 35 is a max, and if the applicant is willing to, staff's okay with it, can we raise it to the 35 and just make sure that
Well,
dimension?
we can reopen the public hearing again so that the applicant would like to.
We could just leave it for the applicant to work with staff.
But
if
we
they're-
may have to, we probably have to incorporate it. with
You would
some-
have to add it as a condition of approval.
Okay.
The facility's been designed as 30 feet, so I think you'd have to go back and ask the applicant,
Yeah.
reopen the public hearing and.
Yeah.
and-
Okay.
You
and
can
see if
reopen
that's
it
feasible.
if you want. You
Yes.
can reopen the public hearing
Yes,
at this time. So the applicant now can answer the question of,
We would love higher. 35 feet would be fabulous.
And just make it wider so it looks proportionate, like I'm all about the proportion.
Understood, agreed, yes.
Okay,
okay,
so, thank you.
okay, we
That
close
was-
the public hearing again, and we come back to the commission. Very good. I was reading it. Okay, glad I picked up on it. Construct a 35-foot-high stealth wireless telecommunication facility designed as a water tower placed centrally on a vacant 20-acre undeveloped hillside, generally located at the southeast quadrant of Getz Road and Sotelo Drive in the R20,000 single-family residential zone. And the action is the adopt resolution 25-11, finding the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines pursuant to section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures, and approving major wireless telecommunication facilities permit 24-05170 based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval. And I think we don't have any amendments. We just changed the noting of saying 35 feet.
I think that would be an added condition of approval.
And I'm trying to figure which one. So we've just added to,
Add a new condition of approval
yeah.
that says increase the facility from 30 feet to 35 feet in height.
Yeah, and working with staff, just
Working
because I
with
don't know
staff
if
Yeah.
it, there's
to better
other
proportion the
implications.
facility to be more
Yes.
realistic proportions for a water tower to the satisfaction of the planning manager.
Yeah.
Yes, because I don't know if there's other implications or things would change, so just leaving it up to the.
Certainly
planning
nothing
manager.
that would add antennas, expose antennas, anything like
No.
that. So,
So we're gonna add a condition of approval, and I don't have it in front of me, so it would just be the next number, Patricia? Okay. Oh, okay.
We can add it in the section prior to building permit issuance, a condition requiring the proposed wireless facility to be increased in height from 30 to 35 feet.
Okay, what number was that?
So that would be, we can make it number 12. Yeah, so, and that's a good reminder. So as part of the plan check review process for building permits, they can demonstrate that 35 feet would work, and staff will work with them to ensure that it would be appropriate, an appropriate
Yes.
height.
Yes, 12A, yeah. Not to say 35 feet.
and to the satisfaction of the planning manager in terms of not defeating stealthing, not exposing any equipment cabinets, antennas, anything like that, antenna arrays, and not increasing the height of any antennas, anything like that.
Okay, and I think that was it for that one. Okay, we just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions added.
I'll second.
Got that, Sylvia? Okay, good.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menez,
Yes?
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote I think is a little bit of mistake on the screen, but is 4 yes and 0 no's. This motion is approved.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alfredo is very patient. Look at it. And with that, we move on to item. We're almost done, guys. I know. The other guys here. Item E, zoning code text amendment 25-00003. Proposal to amend chapter 19.75 of Title 19 of the Paris Municipal Code to prohibit cannabis advertising on off-site freeway signs, billboards, and off-site freeway-oriented signs. The applicant, the City of Paris, Rafael Garcia. And requested action, adopt Resolution 2513, recommending that the City Council determine that the project is exempt from the provisions of the California Quality Act, CEQA guidelines pursuant to Section 15061B3, common sense exemption of the CEQA guidelines, and approve zoning code text amendment 25-00003 to amend the Title 19 of the Paris Municipal Code to prohibit cannabis advertising on off-site freeway signs, billboards, and off-site freeway-oriented signs. Well, it's the City of Paris. I don't know that we would have any. So with that, we turn it over to our senior principal planner.
Good evening once again, honorable members of the Planning Commission. As you said, the item before you tonight is a zoning code text amendment. It's a proposal to amend Chapter 1975 of the Paris Municipal Code. And that would prohibit cannabis advertising on off-site freeway signs. Since the legalization of cannabis in California under Proposition 64 in 2016, numerous jurisdictions have permitted cannabis uses. With the proliferation of cannabis uses, this has resulted in cannabis advertising along interstates and highways. The city does not oppose commercial cannabis activity compliant with local laws. However, the proliferation of off-premises cannabis advertisements along I-215 can create a negative perception of the city, as many people carry a negative connotation associated with cannabis businesses. To protect and promote economic development and improve the perception of the city, staff is proposing a code amendment to prohibit cannabis advertising associated with freeway billboard signs, as well as off-site freeway signs. Last year, staff conducted a survey of the billboards that were adjacent to I-215 and discovered that there was a total of 29 billboards. Out of these 29, the majority of them were within the Paris city boundaries. A total of 18 were found, and an additional 11 were adjacent to I-215, but not within the city's boundaries, meaning that they were within the county's jurisdiction, unincorporated Riverside County. Out of the 11 that were found in the county area, 4 of them had some type of cannabis advertising. And out of the 18 that were found within the city's boundary, 4 had cannabis advertising. There's a potential that that could have changed from last year to now. Some of them were digital advertising. And as you know, there's some fluidity with regards to who's advertising and the duration of their contract. With this in mind, there is a zoning code amendment before you tonight that would prohibit cannabis advertisement. And it would limit cannabis advertising within 660 feet of the freeway. But that would only be within the city's boundaries. So it would not necessarily impact, it wouldn't necessarily be a law that billboards beyond the city's boundaries would be required to comply with, even though there is a state law. Staff also conducted a survey of some of the nearby jurisdictions within the Inland Empire. Just to give a quick rundown, City of Blythe, Canyon Lake, and Hemet all prohibit cannabis billboard advertising. Cathedral City prohibits cannabis billboard advertising within 1,000 feet of a sensitive receptor. And City of Corona, Palm Desert, Wildomar, and the county all prohibit billboards and don't allow them. With regards to the zoning code text amendment that's before you tonight, it is intended to prohibit cannabis advertising on any off-site advertising sign, which would be the billboard or an off-site freeway sign that's located within 660 feet of the edge of any freeway right-of-way. The 660-foot requirement is consistent with the existing state and federal practices for advertising restrictions near sensitive uses and transportation corridors. The city will continue to enforce all other applicable zoning and signage regulations, and this amendment serves as an additional restriction. With this in mind, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council to adopt the resolution that's before you, number 2513, recommending that the City Council determine that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15061B3, and approve the zoning code text amendment number 25-00003 to amend Chapter 1975 to prohibit cannabis advertising as part of any off-site freeway sign or billboard. That concludes the presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions that the members of the commission may have pertaining to this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any questions for staff at this time?
I do have a question. You said that Riverside County on the plan said that they don't allow billboards, but then you had also said 11 were technically on county,
Correct.
but then they don't allow billboards. So I'm trying to make sense of that. I know it's late, so maybe it's me.
Having some level of county experience, what I can tell you is just from working in the county, they have a lot of interesting rules.
So it makes perfect sense, is what you're saying.
So what a lot of times, I don't have, the answers, I don't have a specific answer for you. I can try to provide some level of rationalization.
Yeah. You can't, okay, because I'm like, I know it's late, but I'm hearing two different things and it's not.
If it's pertaining to, if you're talking about billboards that are right next to the freeway, within 660 feet of the edge of the right-of-way of a freeway, there's the Outdoor Advertising Act,
Oh,
which
I
is state
remember
law
that.
that
Yes,
preempts
okay.
local authority. So if under the Outdoor Advertising Act, Caltrans can permit billboards, then maybe they were permitted under that. Although local authorities do have the right to have stricter
Yeah.
regulations, so maybe they changed their regulations at some point and they were permitted previously, and so they were grandfathered in.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause,
Usually the case. So
yeah,
they
I
would
was
be.
like, I don't even know what's
So at this point, I would be speculating. But
Okay,
my
but-
assumption is that they are legal non-conforming.
Okay.
The one thing I can tell you is currently based on their existing zoning ordinance, they are prohibited.
They are, okay.
But if you go throughout the county, you see them all over the place. So
Yeah.
how exactly that got ironed out, I couldn't attest to that.
Okay, and is it within our purview to, because you saw, there was a few that don't allow cannabis billboarding or advertising at all. Is that within our purview to make that recommendation, or is this just what's before us?
The ordinance that's before you specifically is to prohibit cannabis billboard advertising that's within a certain distance of the freeway right-of-way.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be necessarily cannabis advertising. It would be cannabis advertising that's adjacent to the I-215.
Okay, so that's all we're looking at. We can't say extend it and make it all through the city, right? So we can't say prohibit all cannabis advertising throughout the city. It's
No.
only within the 600.
For off-site advertisement.
Okay.
But it would be within 660 feet. And the reason is Assistant City Attorney indicated, that is consistent with some of the state legislation that's on the books currently.
Okay.
So it would only prohibit off-premises cannabis advertising that's within the city, and furthermore, within areas of the city that are within 660 feet, where the sign is located within 660 feet of the nearest edge of the freeway right-of-way. Because the idea is that it's visible from the freeway.
Right.
So it's either a billboard or an off-site freeway sign. There are two different types of signs that are allowed under the city's sign ordinance.
Yeah, we looked at that
Those two
one.
types of
Yeah.
signs. Yeah,
Okay.
one of them came not long ago
Yeah.
to the Planning Commission. That's the off-site freeway signs.
Yes.
So those two types of signs
Or within
that
this.
can be allowed within that area, and
Okay.
those are the types of signs that would not be allowed to have cannabis advertisements, since those are all off-site off-premises advertising signs, as opposed to signs that are on the premises of the cannabis business. Those would not be affected.
Okay, thank you.
And those one of the cities did not allow it near schools and other things. Yeah,
It's Cathedral City, I believe.
yeah, and we don't have that in ours, or did I miss it?
No, we don't have that type of restriction. We just have a restriction within proximity of the freeway.
That's
right of way.
interesting. Schools, parks, youth centers, libraries, and I guess they can do it. On-site is one thing, but it's off-site we're concerned about here. But I'm not sure that there shouldn't be a consideration for daycare, schools, parks. I thought that originally was part of the actual buildings. Maybe you can help me, Patricia.
Oh, yeah, the actual cannabis businesses, there's a restriction under
be-
state law that
yeah.
they can't be within a certain distance of certain sensitive uses.
Yeah,
But
so-
this ordinance just pertains to the signs, the
Yeah.
advertising on the signs, as opposed to the cannabis businesses themselves.
Yeah, so I'm wondering why they would not restrict it from daycare, school, park if it happens to be within one. Well, I guess that would already be answered because the actual location would never been allowed, quote unquote, within next to youth center, public library. Cathedral City went the extra step. Yeah. But again, we're talking on-site versus off-site. So I guess when they originally put it, we're down to 5 now, 6. I don't know what it is now. But most of them seem to be way away from. Yeah, well, that's a council thing. So.
No exceptions.
Yeah, yeah. So I just, that's, I just thought that was nice that Cathedral City would consider, because within a daycare and school, you wouldn't want. But most of them seem to be in that northern part of the city, one on Harley Knox and along that corridor, the 215. Yeah.
Which one, the digital one? Oh,
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But yeah. Okay. But we're not outright saying there's none at all. Okay. Okay. I think that was it for me, unless you had another.
No questions.
Okay. So essentially, what we're doing, we're just kind of we're recommending. Yeah. Okay, adopting resolution 25-13, recommend that the city council determine the project is exempt from the provisions of the California Quality Act, CEQA guidelines pursuant to section 15061B3, common sense exception of the Title 19 of the CEQA guidelines, and approves zoning code text amendment 25-00003 to amend Title 19 of the Paris Municipal Code to prohibit cannabis advertising on off-site freeway signs, billboards, site freeway-oriented signs. And the motion would be to approve Resolution 25-13.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second the motion.
You know what? Did I have public comment?
No,
No, I didn't do public comment.
I don't think you had public comment, and I
Yeah.
don't think we brought it back for commissioner comments. Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting sleepy. I'm losing it here. Okay, I want to open up for public comment. Really losing it. Public comment at this time. Anyone wishing to address the commission on this item, and this item only, and welcome to come to the dais. Seeing no public comment, we close the public comment portion, come back to discussion. If there being no discussion, we move to motion.
They wanted to make a discussion. I did want to say, I wish
right
that we
ahead.
could expand it to no cannabis advertising at all, because I have seen people with their little green signs and their arrows pointing. I've seen like little green crosses on like poles and like light poles with like a little arrow go that way. So I have seen that, so they get creative. So I wish we were able to limit and be a little bit more strict on that.
I can speak to that. There is a separate regulatory scheme that applies to the permitting of cannabis businesses. And so the city can apply permitting regulations to the businesses that regulate their advertising, the city permittees advertising. So that can be a separate ordinance that the city may consider, but is not really within the purview of this ordinance this is the city's sign ordinance, so development standards for signs, as opposed to permittee advertising requirements.
Thank you.
Who was it moved by? Oh, moved by Commissioner Lopez and seconded by Jimenez. Okay.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menez,
Yes?
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 4-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you, sir. We had public comment earlier, so there's no reason to redo the public comment. And we'll move on to business items. Seeing there's no business items, we'll move on to item 9, commission members' announcements or reports.
I was fortunate enough to go on the EMWD tour. Honestly, it was very interesting. It makes me very grateful for the special districts that we have, so the services that they provide, the process that they go through with the water. I never thought it was so extensive, but it's constant, and they provide waters for all of the city. So it's very, it was a very interesting tour, and I'm fortunate to have gone. And 2 weeks we have the 4th of July fireworks show. Super excited for that. I hear a lot of good feedback from that one. I remember last year's was huge. A lot of people turned out, and I know there was a bit of a traffic jam at Morgan Park, but but definitely worth it, and super excited for that. And besides that, just wish everybody a good night.
I also attended the EMWD tour, and it was amazing. I was nerding out the whole time. It was so wonderful. The smell, not so great, but honestly, worth it. It was really, really a great experience. And one that I would hope to have again, because it was just wonderful. I did want to maybe ask staff, or just like, I know we had public comment earlier mentioning maybe an accessibility issue with different like notice of preparations, or public outreach regarding developments coming in, specifically a lack of Spanish resources. So I don't know if that's something that we could maybe look into, or maybe it is something that's already being looked into, but I just wanted to bring attention to that, because I think that was a really good comment, and something that deserves to be pointed out. Beyond that, I hope everybody has a very restful day off tomorrow, if you have it off tomorrow for Juneteenth, and just has a great rest of your night.
I am so sad I missed the tour. I was at a conference in Fresno, so I missed it, but I'm very glad my fellow commissioners were able to be there. And, you know, I'm glad you brought that up, because we have brought that up in the past, where we've had a lot of people come in and they have their papers and it's only in English. And that's usually something that we request of developers, is that they expand the area for notification and they communicate in multiple languages in paper as well. So I'm glad we're bringing that up again, because it's essential to do that. Yes, Juneteenth, we have a cultural festival this Saturday from 10 to 3 here on D Street. Please come out and support our city. And then the fireworks celebration on Thursday, July 3rd. And I want to once again thank my friend Anna, because I was running late to the event. She lives right around the corner. She was out of town, so I was like, I parked in her car and I texted her. I was like, if you look at your ring, it's me. I'm sorry. I hope her boys weren't with her. I'm like, I hope they don't get scared. I was like, if they come out and see random cars in your driveway, it's me. It's me. So it was a beautiful event. It was nice to see so many of our city members come out. I was able to see a lot of our students when I was still at the school there, having fun, running around and being themselves with their families. So come out again.
Yes, make it quick before I get to the director. Congratulations to our 3 planning commissioners, and I knew you were going to say that, who got reappointed, I should say. Yeah, and so don't act up, because you still got 2 weeks, we can throw you out. But anyway, congratulations to all of them. You worked hard to get there. Appreciate it. And you got through it, right? You guys don't look like you're happy. Do we need to exchange again? Or you're just tired now? Yeah. But we appreciate that. And you went through it, and we look forward to seeing. I don't think there was any doubt for me, but we look forward to you. You work great, a great crew. And we look forward to the future and whatever else comes. And, and Jack, well, he's probably having a vacation. He's enjoying himself while we suffer here. We'll remind him, yeah. Okay. But anyway, I will try to certainly make Saturday. I hope it's not 110 on Saturday. But the temperature's a little better. But I would definitely try to make it out Saturday. And I missed the 4th of July the last time. I think it was somewhere. But those two events are very important. So we'll get to them. And yeah, 82. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, jeez. And hopefully the fire's not going too bad. Hopefully they got the fire out there. It was really bad earlier today. Anyway, I turn it over to our director, and we have a wonderful staff. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Kristen, their interpreter, and our, I should say, IT staff. Who's probably going, you guys shut up, guys. But we definitely appreciate them. Appreciate them. We turn over to our planning manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this quick, and I want to echo your comments and congratulate our 3 commissioners. All 3 of you did a fantastic job. I was so proud of you. I wanted to clap when you guys came up to introduce yourselves and communicate to the council members why you need to be reappointed again to this position. We're very excited to have you back, and I'm happy that you're here. We'll be scheduling the swearing in with Judy. So you'll be getting information from Sylvia in the next week or so. I also want to remind the community, we have our 3rd annual fireworks celebration. Really exciting on Thursday, July 3rd from 5 to 10 at Morgan Park, so don't miss it. It's going to be fun. That's all I have to report. July 2nd, Planning Commission meeting is canceled, so you have the night off.
Oh, we were looking to come on the 4th. What are you talking about? What is this?
Thank you.
Okay, we won't go. And we really worked the city attorney tonight, and we really earned it tonight, so we appreciate it. Keep me in line, that's what you should say. So thank you very much, and thank you, Sylvia. And with that, we don't meet till the next time, so it's got a long time before we meet, so you guys enjoy the holidays, enjoy the time off, or tomorrow if you have it. And with that, we adjourn. Again, whoever you want to pick, it's fine with me. Just put it down. No one's going to object unless you're crazy. Thank you, and good night to the audience.